wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing? Welcome back. It's another great week here in the Trading World Championships, of course. Who's out there continuing to battle and get to the next level? We'll talk all about it. We'll continue talking about the competition. We'll take a look at SpaceX up there to 171.11s here. I actually sold my swing there, but we're getting another pop right now towards 171.50s. Can we get to 172? Can we get to 173? Can we get to 200? I sold. I've already made like over 2,000 on just SPCX alone. So I'm looking to take some more trades during the open, during the action here. You guys out there, smash the like if you guys were a part of our SPCX, of course, stream on Friday. We'll take a look at the action right now. You're getting another lift here. Now just starting to push from 171 there to 171.50s. We'll look for a continued takeoff, and the Qs overall just look to see if there we get more action on the upside. Of course, a lot of talk on oil as we got a lot to talk about in the war situation. We'll get to all that action. Let's go quickly to the playbook, then we get to the sunrise report. We got a lot to get towards, so let's kick it right to it. Let's go to some plays here, and then we'll get to some action in the sunrise. All right, with oil being down, of course, why not just play a very simple play like a Delta Long or something like that, right? Airlines and leisure, right? Looking into seeing that continuing to push higher. 86.75 already Delta as we continue to climb from this morning. And if you were trading the after hours, you were trading the overnight action, that's really where the action was. That's where the pop was really coming in, really. You saw Delta already popping in the after hours, continues to push. We'll look to see if it continues to get a nice little push out the gates. There'll be names like UAL you can play on this. ULCC, Frontier, right? The name that was about to disappear, maybe getting a little bit of a lift. And what about Love now getting the love? We'll see if it continues to push above 48s and to see if they fly high, of course. Stick around. Airplane Jane, right? Names like that will be coming up. We always got names, traders coming on, guys. Smash the like if you guys, of course, love some Airplane Jane out there. It's good to see you guys in the chat. What's up? What's up? How we doing, Nigel? It's good to see you. Good morning, everybody. Who's ready to go ahead and make that money? Keep getting after it. Keep getting into the SPCX game. And it was wicked. We'll talk all about the first trading day. And, of course, coming up with Michael Noss, I know he's going to be happy. He's cashing. He had a great weekend, I hope. And there's some high flyers out there. I'm seeing a Cast as a high flyer this morning, up there to $7, pulling back there to 453s now, but was up there to 750s. This one came from 150. So what a wicked ride in CAS. We'll talk about some more action. Let's get to another play here in the playbook. Let's go to the HPQ. This is a standard play for me because I just think it's a nice daily move back to the 9 EMA, now getting the lift off, now back towards the 26. This one could be going right back to 29s. I know I can't believe I'm playing HPQ, but I think this is going to be a nice little level to look at. Any little pullback into the 2540s, 2520 area could be a really nice opportunity on the pullback. So I'll be looking for these pullbacks to drive right back up towards 26 and then break out towards 2620s today. We'll look to see what happens there in HPQ. And with that HPQ, I'll give you guys one bonus, as I'm always about the bonus ride here. HPQ, and what about Dell itself, right? I think both of these kind of move side by side, and Dell already this morning getting the lift up there towards 410s. So what I'd talk about on Dell is look for quick scoops back to 400 or close to 400s to being around the support right now. And I think you could clearly see that on the chart where that gap is right there. Any move into that area would be a nice dip for me. We'll see what happens in Dell. All right, let's keep the party alive. Let's go to another trade idea. Let's get towards MP. MP's a rebound trade. As basic materials, we're getting the rebound on Friday. MP materials already getting the lift in the overnight, of course, up there towards 49.50s. Now we'll look for a takeout of 60s. And really, this is more of a weekly call, right? If you take a look at the weekly, every time it's come back to this support, it's made a nice move. So this is why it's always important to look at your weekly charts, because you can get a really good risk and return opportunity. So starting the week near that low, now starting to come back up. Will we make a move back to 67.50s and then eventually through the 75s? I'll keep this on the radar. And I think the materials are important for the long run, especially if we're going to see a real rally in the semis again and continued move, right? The demand is there, the chip need is there, the spending is there, and even the offerings are not breaking the AI trade yet. We'll see what happens there. It's good to see you out there, Ingrid. Good morning. Good morning to everyone out there. It's good to see you all. Joe, everyone. Hey, cheers on up. Pinkies up. I hope everybody has a great trading week this week. Let's continue here going. Let's go to the Sunrise Report now and talk about the action out there. Of course, we'll talk more about some trading out there. We'll talk about the themes in the market. There's a lot to talk about, so let's kick it straight to the Sunrise Report and talk all about the war talk, and then we'll get to, of course, some nice trades to watch. And the bell is right around the corner. It's 8:47. Let's continue. All right, the war that has driven this market since February, of course, is ending, and the tape is repricing 4 months of risk premium in a single morning. President Trump declared the U.S. and Iran deal now complete on Sunday. The Strait of Hormuz reopens and the naval blockade lifts. And an official signing follows Friday in Switzerland. Oil is collapsing to a 3-month low. Asia ripped overnight, and of course the U.S. futures are up 1%. The VIX has cratered towards 16, and the cruel timing, right? This, of course, comes when disinflation gives a land 48 hours right before Kevin Walsh, chair, has his first Fed meeting. And this is where I'm calling the things to look at, because you might be hearing potential rate cuts, but they were just betting on prediction markets that we were going to have a rate hike. Well, there you have it. That's how quickly things can turn. Handing, of course, the chair who already prefers lower rates exactly the cover he needs. If oil holds here, the thread has, of course, flipped. What does the war cost? And what does the war peace unlock? The whole week now blends towards Wednesday's massive decision and big look into Kevin Walsh. Of course, we'll see what happens there on Kevin Walsh. Of course, it's going to be an interesting one to hear what his conversation is, right? Of course, what the big look will be, do we quickly go to a cutting environment? And that's what Trump wants. So I think that's what Trump gets. And that could be signs that we can go higher just this week, right? I know there's still some pockets of worrying, but the war has ended. And now you need to be thinking, where does monetary policy go from here? That's the focus. Now that we're getting through the situation, I expect CPI, I expect PCE, I expect the inflation numbers to quickly dip. The only thing that needs to keep coming down is oil. Of course, the overnight drivers, the war ends and the risk premium drains out. Now we need to be taking a look to see what happens moving forward. Oil is collapsing and it skid under 84, both 3-month lows. Now we'll take a look to see if the Fed is willing to, of course, lift those fingers, right? 2-year yield slipped to 2-week lows, and the 10-year yield eased back, right back towards 4.45. Of course, this is all good news for the market, and we'll be taking a look to see what else shows up on the action. Underneath the relief, of course, the AI bill is still unpaid. The war end doesn't revolve the thread that has broken the tape 2 weeks ago. Who funds the AI build out? Last week was a reminder as Oracle, a record quarter and remaining performance backlog of 363% sold off because of what? Raise money, right? We saw Google raise money and we saw others. So there's just one thing to keep in mind in the AI trade. Let's continue talking about the AI trade. Let's go to the SPY right quick. Let's take a look at the action here as we're seeing some continued action this morning. As we're starting to lift here, let's see if SPCX can make another push. I'm looking to go ahead and take a shot now. Now we're looking like we're holding in here. We just made another pullback. Let's make an attempt here to buy in the pre-market here. Let's see if we can get in there. Of course, I think I have to There we go. Now we're in, guys. Let's see if we can get this drive up. Money Mitch here, taking a trade live with you guys. Let's get after it here. I just went after it here. So let's see if we can get a nice little push. Quick move down here, of course. But let's see if we can get a nice little drive above the 172. Taking a big shot here in the morning. Now, looking for the drive above the 172. Can we get that drive? Can we start to climb on the 15-minute? You guys can see the pattern. I'll draw it out here for you guys and break down the pattern. So it's a simple pattern for me. You can see the pattern right here forming. It's trying to break above this trend line. Now we look for the clear break. Anything below the 169.90s can be our clear sign of downside, like danger sign, right? So now I'm looking for the takeout. I want to see a big bar come back for that 4 a.m. spike, which went to 168. I'm going to draw a green bar where if it gets towards that level, that tells me more and more. We're looking for green light city. Let's see what happens. Let me go ahead and put green light here and see if we get up into that box. Now we're starting to try to make that drive. Let's see if we can do it here, guys. Right here, live in front of you guys, taking a shot. As I was already long this morning, was able to cash an insane amount, close to $1,000, and now looking to see if this can continue. Reason why I cashed is it was just a good overnight gift, and I said, you know what, Mitch, give it some time to decipher, give it some time to work, and then we'll look for the next trade. All right, let's continue talking about it. Of course, everyone wants to talk about SpaceX, and I'm continuing to trade SpaceX. So we'll talk all about that action, and we'll take a look at the other action, of course. Airlines and cruises up. Of course, that's just a standard trade off of oil. We can always talk about that. But SPCX, of course, was up 5.3%, extending Friday's record 19% debut at 169.48 pre-market after, of course, mining billionaire Gina Reinhardt disclosed a stake of more than $1 billion, calling it a significant investment in an oversubscribed offering. The continuation says that the marquee AI IPO bid is real money, and it's not just first-day flippers. We'll see what happens there, as there's also move in Paramount. Let's talk a little bit more about that action. We'll keep talking about that. I'm going to go ahead and throw this trade up on my left-hand side to keep an eye on it. But we'll see what happens there. Looking for the nice quick break there towards the 172 area and higher. We'll look to see if we get that push. All right, let's go to Paramount Skydance. That's PSKY to take a look at the action that's going on right there. All right, PSKY right now, you can see it up from this morning. It was trading up here, now starting to pull back, starting to get down here as it jumped after the Justice Department cleared its acquisition of Warner Brothers, removing the regulatory overhang on a deal that reshapes the media landscape. Now it's already starting to pull back, but I think this one could get the drive. Let's see how Warner Brothers is doing on this. WBD, of course, you can see it this morning, was getting a couple of spikes. This one could get another lift here this morning, of course, as the deal starts to go through. This had already gotten a little bit of some pullback. Could we see a lift here in WBD today? I like this trade. I'll be watching this trade. Can we get a signal above the 27.21s? Could be a little bit of a trick off the 27s, but your nice risk and return as a potential move could go back to these highs through the 28. So I'm always about risk and return, and that seems like a nice opportunity. We'll see what happens on that one. Other one that's falling fast is ASTS. This was getting a quick fall. Falling on reports that it's revising its satellite agreement with key telecom partners, but Rocket Labs also lowered despite a recent key bank upgrade. So keep your eyes to see what happens in the space area. In focus, Wednesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern. Walsh is Fed's first decision. What happens there? And will they talk about rate cuts? Things to watch this week, right? And things to watch today. At 8:30, we got, of course, some state manufacturing numbers that came in, but at 9:15, we get some industrial production capacity. Nothing really important in the economic side today. What I think you really kind of watch to see is what happens, of course, in the war situation, right? In oil, can we actually start to see continued trades there? And I'm going to be watching to see the XLI trade. I think that's one of the best trades that I can be watching here to see a quick move to the upside. So this morning could be a distractionary trade, right? Where we're seeing these trades just continue to take off, like ETN and names like that. I really do like these trades. I also like independent power producers. I like names all around here. And I need to be smart here towards the bell. I need to be ready. So I'll need Michael Noss to take the wheel, and I will be ready with a nice defined buy list. If I go through some of these names, we're looking great. And some of the names, even like the names that I gave you guys last week, like a DraftKings. This has been a monster trade. We'll look to see if it continues to trade up. It's pulled back right now. We'll look to see if it gets another lift. I'm also seeing and I can't even say it without like feeling like I got to throw up, but Citi is getting a nice lift, and it's on my scanner. So that tells me more and more the financials could be seeing some upside. Intel on my list here, as this looks like a nice little setup. I do like the setup, and I do like some trades out there. So, hey, this is one that's on my eyes right now. It's already getting the lift this morning, has a couple of pushes and holding around the support. I would love to see this thing go red to green here and make an attempt to break down. We'll see if it does or not. If not, above the 131s could be the breakout level. We'll see what happens on SPCX, moving all around here right now. It doesn't want to break that 171, but I have a feeling we're right there for the break, and we'll see if we get it. The SPY right now hanging out here. The Q's hanging out. We'll see what happens as, of course, Apple hangs in there. Google hangs in there. Tesla, how's the Tesla dragon? Are we starting to see that adjustment of Tesla continuing its upside? Yeah, on Friday, it didn't really make the upside, but towards the close, it did. And now it's starting to get to move. Will we see the Tesla rocket start to move? Haha, pun intended. Let's see if this starts to happen. So I drew out some trade ideas potentially here for Tesla. Let's see what happens here, right? What comes into play? Right, so right now it looks like we're getting the straight more up move here off the action. We'll see if we start to get a lift here into the 420s. Pun intended. Also for my man Musk. We'll see. Tesla right now 412s. Can we get the lift there towards 420? All right, we'll see what happens in the market right now. HPQ, another name that I'm keeping an eye on the radar. It's 858. We're getting closer here towards the bell. Smash the like out there if you guys are excited as I am for the market this week. We got a lot on the tape today. Let's keep going out there, guys. Smash it up. It's good to see you guys. And let's talk about some more trade ideas here. What other trades do I got up my sleeve? Carnival Cruise. CCL. On the tape. We'll see what happens here. Carnival Cruise continuing to move up here. And I like this trade, right? This was a trade that was really scared about the oil trade there. And we just got some quick move there in SPCX. Quick down move here off that 171. So I'm ready to go ahead and sell into this move. It's a quick move here. You got to be careful. You know, one of the things is you don't want to get caught too fast here on SPCX. It did just make a quick move there. So I'm just trying to watch there. Some volume came in there, some buyer or seller, something happened. So now it's time to pay attention to it. Let's see if it makes the move down back through the 170s. I'll probably just get out. It tried to break above that 171, but it's not looking like it's going to get the chance to do it. It hit it once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if it doesn't do it, it could really quickly come back down in a hurry. So I'm really quickly about to get out. If we start to break here, it looks like we are here. Don't mind taking a hit. Just can't give up too much of my gains. If I can give up a tenth, that's what I want. I want to give up like max about $100 here. Of course, can't set a stop there. So just got to continue to watch it here. See if it gets the lift right back up. I'll give it the chance off that 170 look, but it does look like we hit a seller, a repeated seller in that 171 zone. And there it is. It's starting to hit it. It looks like to me a little bit of some iceberg action, or at least a seller in the short term that doesn't want to get hit, or doesn't probably big enough for us to get through. We'll look at the other action, of course, coming up here. But seeing this trade pull back right now, can it get the move? Can it get the move? I think I might just cut out here, at least for the short term here. I'm going to give it to the 690s. There's the 169s. Can it bounce back? There's 170 really quickly here. Can it hold in? We'll see what happens. Might just get the heck out here for the short run. I feel like we ran into a repeated seller in that 171 zone. So might just get the hell out in the short term. Yeah, this is on the pullback life. At least for the short run, it seems like right now. We'll see if we start to get another move back here. But just keeping a really close eye here. We'll see if it starts to get that drop. You can see how it's dropping fast. There's a repeated seller up in that 171 zone. See what happens. It's getting nice and slow. Let's see if we get a quick recovery right back up through that 170. We'll be bringing on Michael Noss in just a second. We'll talk all about SPCX, of course. I know that everyone probably will not trade a single stock other than this. So we'll see what happens there. Quick under spike. There's some volume there. 74,000 shares. Could be a buyer, seller. You're seeing big orders kind of filling right now. I think that's what we're seeing. A little bit of a shakeup with those big orders coming through. So I'm going to actually step out of the trade here because it could run you over in a hurry here. So I'm going to go ahead and get out, take the little bit of a hit. I had a nice swing this morning that I cashed. So it's okay to take a little bit of a hit there. Not okay to stay in and watch for the washout. So I'll look for a move back through 172 towards the open. Don't want to get stuck there on an opening washout move. We'll see what happens. But big orders going through there. There's about 70,000 shares that went through there. The big watch, the level right here. This trend line. You just got to watch to see if we get back through there. Right? That's going to be the level of resistance. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 times and it's been up there. So it needs to break through fast. If not, I think we could pull back all the way back towards 162 and 160. And I don't think anybody wants to see that out the gates. Or at least I know I don't want to partake in that out the gates. So we'll see what happens in that, guys. But that's the morning action right now. We'll get to the trading action. Let's continue the party going. Let's bring on the big winner, Michael Noss. What's going on? How we doing?
What's happening?
What's up, man?
Missed
Did you drink some big
Thursday.
champagne?
Oh yeah, no, that was a good day. Even better than the SpaceX, like owning some, was the call we made on shorting the other guys, because you weren't here for it. But I'll just summarize those people because I want to talk about this too for when the next one comes out. Is there was a big study done in like 2010 that I was able to find by some guy in a university, and just showed that when an IPO comes out that's large enough, you just short everything else in the industry. And it makes sense when you think about it. You know, money's got to flow from somewhere. So, right, able to find, and tell people about shorts on SPCE and ASTS and Rocket Lab and all of these things now. It was just, exactly like he had mentioned, exactly like what happened on Facebook IPO day, in which everything else had kind of sold off. So we did a great presentation on that early in the day on Friday for hopefully the people who had hung out. And then, everything happened exactly like that. So I know what I'm going to be watching when Anthropic ever goes live, right? What AI and SoundHound and all these things. Simple play. Way more exciting even than, imagine, if you bought SpaceX, you made like 6%, and then if you shorted SPCE, you made 32%. So it's a different beast. Now, eventually, I continued to read the study because I kind of stopped when I got to that point. But eventually, these things, just like everything, they'll just move like a sector, right? If JP Morgan's up, it's huge.
It eventually starts to rise, right? It's more of a. It's kind of a. It's also a balancing equation, right?
It's a flow thing, right? It's like, okay, if I want to own a basket of space stocks and I got to buy some SpaceX, I'm just going to sell my other space stocks. Right?
Yeah, you go and sell a third of the basket and you use that third to go into a major position into SpaceX, right? And really, it doesn't really mean anything. It just means a rebalancing, right? And I think the same thing happens in the bigger stocks too. And that's the same thing that happens in the big boys.
What was interesting is that this study was done before, because it was 2010. So this would have been before like the ETF, craziness that we're seeing now. So it wasn't even necessarily ETFs doing it. It was just people. So that made me think, okay, is it going to be exacerbated going forward? And, I want to remind people, there's only large IPOs that does this, right? If there's some, XYZ, BS retail company that comes up, you don't necessarily short your sell your Walmart or short Walmart in order to take advantage of it. It's only when the thing entering the market is larger than most of the things already in the market. So that's why, again, for me, it's interesting. The last, Anthropic, I'll bring in the presentation here, but the last Anthropic thing we saw was fairly large, not huge, but I think it was like $400 billion. It was looked at, which is hilarious that that's not huge. But we'll just look at this real quick and then we'll go into the COT data. So, right, this was the chart here that I presented on Friday. So this was Facebook on IPO day, right? Facebook went up a little bit, and then LinkedIn, right, which existed back then, Groupon, Yelp, Zynga, all these companies just got absolutely clobbered. Now, we'll take a look at this. This is what happened for SpaceX, right? SpaceX was up. I got 19% here. That's if you have it from the IPO price or the allocation price, right? The actual, if you bought it from the open, it's more like 6% or something like that. And everything else got kind of woodshedded. So this is, if you look at these two charts, right, they look pretty similar. So what happened all the way in 2012 is what happened yesterday. And this is the beauty of trading with statistics, trading with algorithms and look, not vibes, and going back and saying, well, what happened last time? Doesn't mean it has to happen this time, but it gives you something to go by. So if, right, this is the stats I got for Anthropic. So Anthropic filed its S1, so we know it's going public. We don't really know when. They said fall, but that's really ambiguous. So we got time to prepare. These are the kind of the names that I pulled up, right? AI, SoundHound, Big Bear AI, and Palantir. Maybe you take a look at those and see if they did the same thing that SPC did, in which it rallied into, like the 3 days before were up. It really rallied the day before. Everyone's getting all hyped up for SpaceX and everything. And then if you had shorted on this day, or even if you had sold on like an opening range break or something in the morning, you would have had amazing trades on here. So it was cool. It was a cool thing to see, to go and to read the study and do the work, and then just see it kind of happen live exactly the way we thought it would. So it means that trade is going to happen. So someone asking, do these bounce back after the IPO? The study didn't find any significant like bounce back or revision. What the study found is that after like a week or so, they just become a sector. Like we talked about, if JP Morgan reports amazing earnings and rips, well, Goldman Sachs is going to move with it, right? If Johnson & Johnson does something amazing and starts ripping, you're going to get Eli Lilly to move with it. So eventually it's a sector. It's a basket of stocks. Most of the space stocks will move up or down together. Some will move up more and down more and all that kind of stuff. But just like most things, eventually it just kind of all falls into place. It takes about a week, right? So it's not that, it's a flows thing, right? I'm going to sell some of my Virgin Galactic and some of my ASTS and some of my Rocket Lab and some of my Planet Lab, and I'm going to take that money and I'm going to buy this with it. So I have a balanced portfolio of space stocks. So if I'm a hedge fund manager who's betting on space being a great place to invest, I own a little bit of everything. And that's more or less what you're seeing. So there's no reason for them to rebalance back, especially because SpaceX just had I would say it was a great IPO. I was, like we were talking about on Friday, even though I own like 200 shares, I didn't want to see it like quintuple, because that means it would probably just crash back down, and that might likely be bad vibes for the market. But, opened and then ripped and then kind of chopped around all day. That was perfect. So, all right, now I spent most of my time ranting on that, but I do want to go and take a look here at the commitment of traders data, because holy smokes, they shorted more. So I feel like I should every now and then wrap up what we're looking at here every Monday. So every Monday, if you trade futures, your broker is snitching on you to the government, essentially. The government, it says, okay, we have this many people that are short, this many people that are long, all of this stuff. Everything gets funneled into the government, every trade. And what they do is they basket people into speculators and into commercial hedgers. So if you are a commercial hedger, it essentially means that you're trading oil, but you work at an airline company, or you're trading wheat, but you own a farm. And those people are generally the smart money, because they're in on whatever industry that they're trading. And then everyone else is a speculator. If you're just taking a bet, I think oil is going to go up, you're just taking a bet. You're a speculator. These speculators are insanely wrong all of the time. They are as wrong as you can possibly be all of the time, right? So this is essentially my report every week for what is the wrong people doing. And again, this data is public. They publish it on their website. It is government data. So you have to just be able to go and do this, right? And when I say they're wrong, like this was 2020, they're shorting on the way up, right? They're long into the collapse and they're short on the way up. And they get the most short they've ever been right here. And then 2025, we had the tariff tantrum and these guys shorted the whole way up. So I was here kind of every day, annoyingly, probably all the way up, saying, I'm going to own stocks as long as they are short. I don't care what tariffs are talking about. I don't care about any of this. I'm going to own stocks as long as these guys are short. Well, they shorted a little more, not too much, last week. So you can see this is the chart on the bottom. If the line's pointing up, they're long. If the line's pointing down, they're short. So they shorted a little bit more last week, right before this collapse or this rally. So we know that there's a huge amount of people who are short down here. And they are incredibly wrong, and they're losing a whole bunch of money, and that makes me very happy. It's mean, but it just means I know that there is a potential short squeeze that can happen in the market if things turn around here. And they are still short the Nasdaq as well. And this is weird because even last year when they were short the S&P 500, they were long the Nasdaq. They at least had the tech bet right. They don't have it right now. They're short the Nasdaq, as we're almost very, very close to all-time highs. And then they're, where's the RTY? So they are very short the Russell, which made all-time highs last week and is rallying today. So we are on the verge of a potential huge short squeeze here because everybody is bearish and everybody is short. And another thing I like to look at is the AAPL Investors Survey, in which, this is why this is crazy. So this is a survey of investors and basically says, where do you think the market's going in the next 6 months? Most of them are betting that the market is going down. So most people are bearish out there. So they're short and they're bearish. So they're not only doing the survey that they're bearish, but they're bearish. And they are almost more bearish than they have ever been so far this year. So down here, it tells you the highest rating of the year. And the highest rating was 52% short or bearish. And now they're 47% bearish. So the bullish people haven't really moved. They're sitting about 30%, but anybody who is neutral is shifting over to the bearish camp. And if you go back and you start looking at these dates, like look at 520 when they were this bearish before, and then just go back to your chart. Well, what is 520? Right there, right here. So this is when they were the most bearish before, and they're as bearish as they were back here when the war started and everything looked bad than they are right now. Just another couple things to look at here for the everybody's wrong segment. Starting to sell their oil. That's been working out for them. That's something that I was kind of worried about because they're still nowhere near short and they're still in a pretty net long position. But you just know that's kind of a knock against the bullishness of the market. And then the other thing was just the dollar, right? Yeah, DXY here. So neutral position on the dollar. So I would not expect a huge move in the dollar fueled by, short selling or anything like that. However, if you take a look here on the dollar, it's bouncing off what is a huge level, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? This $100 psychological area here. And there is no net position to push us there. So to summarize, they're bearish on surveys, they're betting bearish with their wallets, they're short, and the market's screaming to new all-time highs. So that is a perfect recipe for everyone to be wrong and a potential short squeeze to happen. So the fact with the news that came out on the weekend and all that kind of stuff, I don't know, it's looking great to me. So I'm excited to be an owner of stocks and to have stocks continue to move higher while these guys have a bad time. Makes me seem really mean, doesn't it, Mitch? When I'm always just rooting against these guys, but
no, it doesn't make you seem mean. It doesn't make you seem mean at all, man. I'm having fun, and the reason why you saw me scratching the beard here is Claude is taking over my eval right now. It's like taking over my trading evolution.
Ooh, well, that's gonna be a little slow, isn't it?
It's working
faster
though.
ways to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, if it can just do it, I'm letting it try. it's having some fun, right? Like sometimes it's about testing things, right? So I'm letting it have some fun. It's learning from the process right now, but it's changing my charts. It's going through some daily charts. It's looking through it. It can't take the trades. It definitely knows that it's in my app, and it can't get in. Like it can't take the trades, but it can maybe give me like, hey, this is the setup. These are the share count. This is like how to take the trade, right? Now that it can. So who knows? Who knows? You know, who knows what I can build
Yeah,
with this, right? So the computer use in the apps are getting a lot better. So testing it out and having fun with it, man. Like right there, it like took over my screen. It went to Marvel. It knew that it was in a stage 2. It gave me like information. It gave me hypothetical entry. It gave me R per share. It gave me balance. It calculated everything for the trade, right? In what, maybe, a couple seconds. So, hey, we're looking good, man. Maybe it's ways to do it like this, right? Especially if you're like me, where you have like, like let's say like you like me, Michael, you have the $100, right, max, right? Sometimes you don't know what the hell to do with your tokens.
Yeah, I just think right in the back end,
so
there's going to be like, does it need to see the charts, or can you just give it the high, low, open, close data, and it works way faster on raw data?
100% it's going to work better on raw data for right now. But in the long run, I think the screenshots will just be just as fast, because the thing is just you just got to do it as a different environment, right? Not like a screenshot environment. You got to do it like a coded environment. So what I would take from this is like learn the method, create like a doc, then I'd take it to Claude Code, and then I'd create like a method for this, right? Where it's like a continuous screen watch.
Well, yeah, and that's when you could grab like an IQ feed that gives you tick data and just streams the tick data down, and then it's kind of rebuilding. So we got to remember, all charts is a visual indication of math, right?
That's
so
it, right?
You can, once it knows what it's looking for, it can very easily, and that's more or less what I use it for. Like I'm going to launch a strategy today, which I'll talk about. That's just shorting gappers, and I'll show you the trades as they come through. But this is something I've just been working with for a while, where you can, you can go through and say, okay, I came up with a strategy. It ran a back test. I gave it the rules of trade the pool. Said, okay, what's the probability it passes an account? And then we worked on, if you were very conservative, it was like a 90% chance, but that it would take like a year. And so I went, so there's like a 70% chance of passing, but it'll take, I think, 2-3 months. And just feeding it the raw data. So I gave it, the premise behind it and the charts that I wanted to look for. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was like, here is the raw, unfiltered data. Kind of go and have fun. And yeah, there's a lot. I'm recording this course. I do one a week. I think that's enough to keep the editors busy, but it'll be very exciting to see. And at the end, I'm going to go super nerdy with it and just show you guys and see if you guys want me to go that deep. At the beginning, we're doing like surface level stuff. And then at the end, I'm going to do a whole process of idea to, right, having it that auto traded completely through our system, which thank God for Signal Stack, just makes it so easy. I woke up this morning, I verified what I had in there, and it was good to go. So I've got hangover trades, and I've got this other shorting gap ups, and we'll try them out. And it's going to be all real time calculations, which is great. Someone's saying, do the wrong people like SMH? Not the last. I'll go look at it. But the last I checked, fund flows into SOXS have been crazy. People have been like heavily buying and allocating to this fund, which has not been good. Has not been a good time. I did a video about it a while ago and got like huge pushback on it, just saying that this was insane. That people were just like, it was like almost $1 billion of money was flowing into this, and that billions of dollars is going to go to like zero real soon. They got to do a reverse split again soon. They're sitting at like $4 a share, and I think for them, as soon as they break $4 a share is when they file for the reverse split, because they need to, right, just constantly go through and do that. But, again, I think we're going to enter some craziness soon, just because everybody is bearish and everybody is short, and everybody's usually wrong. So if they're all bearish and they're all short, they're going to have to cover real quickly as we smash new all-time highs. You saw from the chart there, we are really, really close on IWM. We already made it through on IWM. We're really, really close on the SPY. And then the Bitcoin is actually interesting. Where was that? Yeah, I bet up 5% right now. If you look at actual, I'll just go BTC USD, right? The actual Bitcoin here on the weekly chart. This one's super interesting as well, in which it's pretty ugly month, right? 4 weeks down in a row. We undercut. So this is the strategy I talk about all the time, that I'm really interested in Bitcoin here. I think we talked about this last week too, just because we undercut this pretty clear support here, call it, 62 to 65,000, this zone. And now we just ripped right back through. So I bought a little bit of Bitcoin in the weekend. When it opens, I'm going to add a little bit of maybe a leveraged Bitcoin ETF as well. And yeah, I'm really liking the look of this one, because I know right where I'm wrong. If I start buying it here around 65, 66,000, I'm wrong around 60,000. So I'm risking $6,000 a contract, or $6,000 a coin, or whatever you want to call it. And if we ever get back to all-time highs, that's a double. So I'm risking $6,000 a contract to potentially make 60,000 a token or a contract or a share, or whatever you want to call it. And that's just the math I need to get going, right? I'll take that. You could take that hit 5 times, and if it finally works out, it's going to be an amazing trade. And everyone hates Bitcoin right now. So that's the time that I'm like, okay, it's time to start dipping my toes. I started to buy last week, little bits, and then this morning I'm gonna take another chunk in, assuming the rug doesn't pull entirely. Because are we finally going to be able to stop talking about Iran? Is that finally? Are we there, Mitch? Do we get to not mention Iran ever again?
We have made it.
So
we have
excited.
finally made it, and that means that the industrial party that I clearly was like, guys, the airlines are telling us something. The railroads are telling us something. Those industries don't lie to you. The price don't lie to you. Airlines are not going to start pushing like they've been pushing if oil was going to go back to, let's say, 120 or 140 or 160. You know what I mean? Like the fear mongering out there, you know what I mean? And this is why you got to always look completely underneath the hood, right? Don't just look at one area. Look at the things that also rely on oil, right? The things that need it, right? These things won't lie to you. This is how you get through the noise, right, Michael? A lot of times you get a lot of noise. Well, the price action is usually a lot of the telling sign, right? Everyone can be right or wrong on like guesses of price, like, like this stock's going up or this stock is going down. But no one can be wrong when you can just say the price action's doing this, right? And I think that's the important thing. Clear tell sign here. And now we've gotten the rotation signals last week, Michael. That was great signs. Great signs right before the war doing this. Now the next thing that starts into play, Michael, and I think you could look at it. You look at this all the time, the prediction markets. How are the rate cuts looking now instead of rate hikes? Do you see that quick flip? That could have been an easy bet. And we're having a little spike right now, so we could be getting some truthing out there. Marvell. I saw Marvell spike. So it's everything. It's everything. It's everything, man. Okay. I can see it around the board here. It makes me want to go after a little bit of SpaceX here right before the bell. I'm going to take it here. Let's see if we can get it.
I saw that, Crow. So today we launched SpaceX leveraged. One day in
SpaceX leverage.
SpaceX leverage IPOs.
Are we ready for SpaceX leverage?
Tomorrow we get SpaceX options, which to me just seems so early. I think it's generally like, well, how long did it take to get a Bitcoin? Bitcoin leveraged. It
Not
was
when you're preparing for
months, you know? Yeah, it was
Not when you're
crazy
preparing
out
for
there.
it.
But
All right, we'll see
yeah,
what
I looked
happens
at the
here.
prediction
Market
markets,
moving.
and the prediction markets, yeah, they went from a potential of like 2 hikes or something like that to basically just betting that nothing happens and everything holds true, which great, you know. But yeah, they're just betting that there's no rate, no hike, no cut. Again, I still think the dude's going to cut. I just think you were hired to cut. The reason you exist
I don't
is
think
to
he
cut.
cuts on this one, but
No.
he's
I
pretty
think
close.
this one he signals a bit, but I think what's going to be the craziest thing for the markets is that he's been out there saying, I want to be more like Greenspan and less like Powell. Where Powell, like, the market wouldn't believe him, but he would tell you a year in advance what he's going to do, and the market just didn't believe it. Like, he would I'm going to jack up rates really high, and I'm going to leave them high for a long time. And the market was like, nah. and then he would do it. Whereas this guy's like, I want to be more like Greenspan. And I remember with Greenspan, the whole thing was he had a famous saying that if you understood me, you're wrong, essentially. He's like, he tried to obscure what he was going to do. People would, like, as he was walking in to like give his speech, they would look at like the size of his briefcase and try to guess whether or not, if there's a bunch of papers in there, maybe he's going to make a move. And if there's not many papers, he's not going to make a move.
Oh, those papers. I saw one falling out.
Whereas with JPOW, he'd be like, listen, this is the data I use that's public. I'm going to use this data to make my decisions, and I'm going to make my decisions. And this is like, everything was laid out on the table. So that could be good for traders, because it means when something happens, there's going to be less certainty that thing happened. Whereas with JPOW, it was every time. It was like, okay, we know exactly what's going to happen because he told us. He used, clear English that exactly I'm not going to raise rates next meeting. And then he wouldn't raise rates next meeting. And then with him, it's going to be, I don't know, because he wants to keep it veiled for some reason. I don't know the logic behind it, but that's what he's saying he's going to do. So that will be very interesting to see if he maybe comes out on, is it this Wednesday? And he, gives his first little press release, his statement, and he just doesn't say anything. People are asking him questions and he's giving like super vague answers, as opposed to like really, straightforward kind of answers that we got before. But be interesting. So market
starting to see a good lift in the basic material names. Also, I'm seeing lifts there. I'm watching for gold lift off again, man. Be careful out there, you gold bugs.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like, there's no real levels really to watch. Do we start to give back some of this gap, or do we break these pre-market highs? And I think we're set up for a potential short squeeze. That's all I'm looking at.
I just go off a pattern. Hourly pattern here needs to hold 170. If it breaks 170 on the downside, I think it's not a good sign for SPCX. So I'll be watching for that. SPY overall looking like it's holding. I'm seeing green across the board. I'm even seeing energy bounce a little there. I'm also seeing some utility names, financial services setting up here, and dare I say it, but Citigroup on my scanner. I almost throw up just saying that, but we'll see what happens here, guys. Out the gates, will we get the move in SPCX? It's starting to lift. Can we get a rocket ride out the gates here? Be careful out there, traders. It's a fast mover. Can we get a straight halter in SPCX? That would be the move.
It was wild. It didn't halt at all on Friday. Like,
we're getting a lift. We're getting a lift. We're getting a nice lift. I'm setting a stop there. I got to set the stop. I'm just going to let it work. I'll let the break even just go for the rip. Let's go. We got a nice little rip out the gates here. Oh, there it goes. Nice push here. I'm going to trail it here. Already up 200 right out the gates here. Up 160s. We're up there to 174. Oh, climbing. We're there. 174, 175. We're up 200, 300. Let's go. There we go. Why did that trigger? Man, you guys watched that one. I have video for that one. Why did that trigger, Michael? Did you see that one? I don't know about that one.
I did not know. I'm looking
Why
at
did that trigger up there?
I've decided to be a good boy, and they asked me very kindly not to sell my SpaceX on day one. I didn't. So I'm going to be a very good boy, and I'm not going to do anything unless it gets back to my entry or doubles. If it doubles, I'll sell half. If
I'll
gets
let
back
it
to
go.
my entry,
We'll take the sell. I know I had it down here, but I don't know what happened there. Somehow my stop triggered. But hey, it triggered in the green. Can't be mad about taking money, right?
Well, that's
we're
a nice
doing good,
little
man.
opening drive play, right?
Oh, dude, 100 shares, buy and sell right there. Yeah. 171, sell at 174.
Take the cash.
Take the cash and run. Look for the pullback. Play the game. Like, that's what I'm playing with SPCX. You would have loved my order that I had set up, Michael. So before the IPO, I went to the platform. I put 100 share order. I put a stop, and then I put 1 cent, Michael, as the price, and I put it out there. You like that?
Just in case something wacky happened.
Whatever price comes out, buy it immediately. Whatever price. I don't even care if it was to the moon. I wanted to buy the price. The minute the machine read the first tick, tell it to buy, essentially. I bought it.
Well, you knew there'd be liquidity,
and then I made the
max
move to the upside, right? So I took the max gain, nice 1,500. We'll take it and run. I'm seeing Dell starting down here. Now we're starting to get more down action here. We could see some pullback coming in here, guys. Watch out. There could be pullbacks. We'll see what happens here.
Not in the SPY so far. XLV is actually the only sector I'm watching that's
basic
down.
materials.
SPY,
silver and coal. Silver is ripping, guys. Silver is on a move here. That means gold is right behind it. Look at AU and names like that. I'm seeing gold do well. Copper do well. Those are names that I like. Copper. I like this copper trade. There's the SpaceX takedown. I might short here. Short? Should we go short, guys? Let's short. Dude, sleeves up today. Sleeves up. Sleeves up.
Big advantage of us.
Up.
Right?
Sleeves up, man.
You're going to have a hard time in a traditional broker finding shares too short of something that's existed for one day.
Sleeve up.
Right?
Short.
The broker likely doesn't have that,
short,
that
guys.
ability. So
we're short. We're going to keep it tight, though. We got to keep it tight on the shorts. Longer leash on the longs. All right? So there we go. We get immediately into the green. We want to see a quick green, and then we want to put the stop at break even. All right, there we go. Quick green, now break even, like slight red, stop. Already set there, SPCX, let's go. Sorry for the alarm. It wants me to wake up out there. Woo.
I'm just looking to see if there is anything happening today.
Got stopped on that one there.
I don't think.
Might get back in here in a second.
Our moose traffic still seem as slow. Ships are starting to move. Many loaded up with oil. So yeah, we got Trump out there pumping. So hold on to your butts.
Sometimes you got to get short. Sometimes you got to get re-short. That's exactly what I just did there. Re-short position here. Last high is my out. Looking for it to start breaking down really quickly and then set the stop at break even.
There's our first 5-minute candle. SPY sitting right at or near highs.
What's up on the Qs? Let's see. What's leading the Qs?
We're about to break through. Someone was asking why when I looked at the futures, did we look at near all-time highs, but the SPY didn't? And the simplest answer is dividends.
There we
The
go. Nice
SPY
breakdown to
ETF
170
pays
here.
dividends.
All right, time to juice up here. Time to add here. 25 shares on the bid. Let's go for it. Sell. Oh, do you see that move right there through the 170s? Let's see if we can get 170 on the offer now, because that flushed. Well, let's just go break even. Let's just set it, forget it. If SPCX just wants to flush, well, we have the entry, right? That's all you need to do. Now set it, forget it, and walk away.
Mm-hmm. We'll give it room to dance.
For
Our coin's
me,
up 13%.
on these, I'm a little more break even, Michael, because I think it's about a matter of maybe being 10% accurate and just winning the trade. So like for me, like I'm just trying to be really tight on risk. And then when I get it right, hold. When I get instant reaction, hold. Don't quickly sell, right? So now I need to hold. It needs to give me at least like $300, $400, $500 on the plus side of things when I win, so that I can keep risking these $40, $50, $60, $70, $100 losses.
New highs there on the SPY. New highs on the Q.
Dow going down. So some names going down. AMD ripping. That's a nice takeoff there in AMD. If you're looking for names that are ripping, let's keep a watch. Let's try naming names that are the strongest in the trends right now.
XLV trying to bounce here. That was the one that was down the most just from the open. Opened and sold off here. It's putting in a bottom, trying to come back up.
Industrials is doing really well, guys. It's a nice area to look at. I like FIX and EME, MTZ, those types of names. The airlines, we talked about this trade for the playbook. UAL right out the gates, really nice lift there. AAL doing well right now. That's going to be the one that I'll tell you take a bet right here. I like this trade here.
On a nice setup. SpaceX look like it's trying to dig in there, maybe. And then just looking across, yeah, again, Farcoin up 13%. So if you want to risk on barometer, there it is. And SMH is up 4%, although it hasn't really done much from the open. Very close to all-time highs on SMH. Just a insane move. You had to just sit through that little bit of a pullback, and then away she goes. I wonder how NVIDIA's doing. It had some news about a bond sale or something. Oh, no one cares. Almost new highs on NVIDIA. This one's interesting because, right, at some point, you don't have to have it, I guess. We've seen that. But at some point, you want your star player to start doing something. And NVIDIA hasn't really done anything now for
SPCX coming back months. Here. Stopped out there, got down to 168. I was probably about up 150, but we're just chopping around between 170s, pretty much 170s and 172s. That's been the chop this morning. We got a slight spike right out the gates there, but it does look like a little bit of a blow off top on the 30-minute and 1 hour. So that's just what it seems like to me, like a bull trap out the gates.
I did want to
look. Now you're quickly going red again here. So looks to me more like bull traps.
Yes, so I did want to mention this. So today is historically a very bullish day. I've got my Stock Traders Almanac up here. Just because of the Juneteenth. That's I was very Josh told me
gonna go for it.
On Friday that there was a holiday. I had no idea. But yeah, so on Friday the market's closed. So on Thursday you have triple witching, and this is generally a pretty bullish week for the market, as you know, we see this Stock Traders Almanac, and then next week is supposed to be a little bit bearish. So let's see if that holds true, just because, again, just weekly seasonality. So we have triple witching for today in particular. It's showing that it is up 15 of the last 20. And then on triple witching, mixed down 8 of the last 10, though. Ooh. So maybe later in the week, a little bit of sell-off, again, depending on how much you subscribe to seasonality. For me, it's like, show me the election stuff, show me the taxes stuff, and the rest of it I could take or leave.
All right, guys, just took a big shot here, short 100 shares now.
You're going to see me peek back there from time to time. Dog's just doing some weird sneezing this morning, so I just want to keep an eye on her. Yeah,
keep an eye
NVIDIA
on her, man.
pushing up here. IVG is actually, this is a very interesting. I was watching this one. You guys know that I own a lot of IVG. I sold a bit on the way up and then come back down here. I'm looking to potentially rebuy if this bounce holds, just because if you look at it, it's basically a breakout and then retest of, I'll just move this one because that was my entry. A breakout and a retest of this zone right here, right? So you had these highs, it broke out, maybe came back and retest that breakout, and we could be holding here in the software names. So, you know, as soon as people start looking at semiconductors making a new high, I want to look somewhere else. And man, it is really hard not to sell any of the SpaceX. I hate this.
I don't know how you haven't sold. You haven't sold any of it?
No, because so they basically said, okay, I can sell anytime, but they're like, if you sell too quickly, they said before 90 days, but I doubt they look at me that long. You're blacklisted from new IPOs. And I'm like, well,
what?
I'm up 25%.
What kind of scam is that?
Oh, it's super common, right? It's the way they
it's definitely
do
a nice scam. It's
the way they do that. And again, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. It's just, it's like, man, do I just want to hold and try at the Anthropic or, so I've got to stop at break even. I've got a profit target at double. Again,
so if you get stopped out, would it still do it?
Probably.
Would it still
but it's like,
you? Good.
Yeah,
Lord.
probably. We'll see. And
that's messed up.
So I may look at it to say, okay, well, let's figure out what's going to happen with the next one.
Well, do you like that broker?
Well, that's the other thing.
Do you like that broker, right?
I could move. I like because I've got my own rep. Like I've got a guy and I've got his phone number that rings his desk. Like,
yeah.
And you know, again, I got 170 shares. So if the percentage of my portfolio is not huge, you know, it would be. Well, I'll just tell you guys, I'm up $6,000 on the trade. Right? It's a great trade. It's a good trade. No one's gonna complain about that. But the question is, right? Do I want to? Could I make more on the next one? You know, so. Yeah, so the arrangers of the S1 set the terms. That's right. So basically, for those who don't know, right, each broker goes to the head broker. Let's just say it's Goldman Sachs. I don't know who did SpaceX, but let's say it's Goldman Sachs. So all of these sub brokers, they go to Goldman Sachs and they say, hey, give us some shares. And then Goldman goes, okay, but if all of your clients dump it on the open, we're not going to do business with you again because we don't want our IPOs to open up and crash. So they allow you in and they just make you, sign this thing by just clicking a box and saying, I'm not going to sell on day one. They recommend 90 days. So I look at it and I'm like, okay, well, it's still going up. Right? It's up 6% today. It was up 6 or 7% the day before. So I'll just keep it. And I've got that break even stop in and whatever happens. Because, I think the Anthropic IPO will be interesting. OpenAI might be interesting as well, right? But yeah, because Goldman Sachs, basically, it's all a competition. Goldman Sachs wants to make sure that they're the one that get the IPO, so they have to make sure the best they can that the IPO doesn't tank. Otherwise, if they're known for having IPOs that just fall apart, everyone will go to Morgan Stanley, everyone will go to JP Morgan. So that's the beauty of capitalism, right? Is very competitive. So they all have to try to fight. And so my question was just, okay, but I was worried that it was going to open up and just fall like a stone. And I'm like, I want to be able to get out, right? Yeah, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan are the top arrangers. So those are the three. You basically generally have to deal with one of those guys.
There's a nice squeeze right back. So. There's a nice squeeze, cut me out there. I got some slippage, but got out. That's why you have it ready.
I got to refresh here. I'll be right back.
So, little spike there. Took a little bit of the hit. Still in the green for the day, right? Still up $100. That's what it's about, right? That's why it's worth the trade. Because I'm still up on the day, right? I've given myself the cushion on the first trade, green to the upside. Now I can look for downside action. What I'm going to be thinking is underneath 169, I'll get short again. If it breaks the low of the day, because we know how the dip buyers come in, right, Michael, and they're on that low of the day. So if it breaks that low of the day, I want to get short again. If it doesn't, you guys in the chat, Michael, you, everybody yell at me and say, Mitch, you said you wouldn't do it. I think the chat's going to love that one.
Yeah.
So you yell at me, chat, if you guys see me short above low of the day now.
Well, and that's you want an accountability partner. Well, how about hundreds of them watching your screen?
That's it.
You know what I mean? You're not getting away with much. If
you're not getting away with it. Dell's coming back right now. That's a good trade, guys. I like Dell and I like also HPQ today. So HPQ is doing the red to green. I'm probably going to go HPQ just because I like to trade a little bit more. But I like Dell also. The reason why HPQ is just it has the least amount of run versus like Dell, it's way extended. HPQ, of course, had good action.
I'm glad because there was a slight worry in me that this whole them blocking Fable 5 was gonna like sour the market a bit. That was wild.
All right, buying
slightly
some
scary.
HPQ here. HPQ just bought a pretty good amount there. Yeah. So I'll be looking for a lift off here in this name. And then I'm also looking for Dell. Dell's on the lift there. I like Dell here. I'm going to take some Dell too. I like this trade. I'm going to take some Dell here.
Why does that make sense, Crow? Space SPCL, is that correct? How does that make any sense?
What happened?
Well, this is the leveraged SPCX, but it doesn't look like SPCX. I think something...
no, that's not it.
SPCL. It says 2 times leverage, pure space daily. No, that must be something different.
It's a trick. It's a trick. It's a trick. I tell you, it's a trick.
SPC. Oh, SPCU is the SpaceX one. SPCU.
Industrials, airlines pushing, continuing, guys. Right out the gates, they've been doing well. They've pulled back. We'll look to see what happens now on certain airlines.
Oil hasn't moved much. You know, it dropped like a stone on the news, so it's down a lot, but it just hasn't had that overall news. So I'm focusing here just a little bit on the oil play, because if everyone believes everything's over, you'd expect to see another little drop here on oil, but you know, we're still very elevated. Now, eventually, right, if everything looks great and returns to normal, you know, you got to remember, oil spent years between $75 and $65 a share. You would expect it to go back there, and you know, at some point, it's not going to be in a straight line, but that would be a trade that I think is a little bit too easy, I guess. That's as I'm talking about it. It's like, okay, if we were $60 a share, Hormuz got shut down, and then we go back to $60 a share, it's like, okay. So I guess I got no triggers on that new system. So I went over to Claude there that I had to downgrade to 4.8 because they took my 5 from me, and tell it to recheck its code to make sure everything's working.
All right, just long some deer. I like these names, guys. I love some anything in the industrial space, really. If you were looking at names, I think now's the time to take your shot. So like an AGCO, a deer, diversified industrials like ETN. I like those types of names. So I'm taking some longer term bets and I'm taking some shorter term bets. Buying some ETN here on the pullback. I really like this pullback opportunity on ETN. So I'm going to add some here and then add some towards 404. So looking for some dip buys opportunities. Stocks that ripped out the gates, looking them to pull back. What is going on here? Did Michael just get the Apple rug pull? Ha ha ha! Apple, that lovely Apple.
No, it's even worse than kicking me out. I wish it was just kicking me out. It's like there's like static when you talk, and I look at chat and I don't think they're hearing it, so it's just me. So I refresh and back she comes. Very well programmed. This EVMux works fantastically.
Dude, it's just a bunch of vibe coders out there. They need to hit me up so that I can vibe code with them and correct them. All right, guys. ATN looks great there. I'm gonna take an ad there in ETN if I can get a nice push above 410s. But everything looking good, pretty much that I just bought. So, like, I don't want to lose all my buying power. I'm just trying to spend some out here. It also takes my eyes away from tech too. I'm not trying to go heavy tech. I'm trying to go heavy industrials, and those just look great. Even like a Honeywell that, like, you know, spun off the quantum name, right? But now it's starting to push back, right? So I think it looks good there. It's starting to get a nice little push there. UMAC is one name that I think is interesting to watch what happens after the war. Does drones get the continued lift here after the war, or does drones drop?
Well, the conventional thinking would be they drop, so then I think they rip. It's like
that's exactly what's happening right now, Michael.
You know,
and so UMAC could be an interesting bet today, right? Like, it's, hey, that's exactly what I would think. The same way you just thought, right? Like, the conventional is that it makes a short, but I don't know. You know what I mean?
So we are up.
Doesn't mean anything here. What are you looking at?
Well, we're up 20%, 28%, sorry. And I just look at my account because I got that allocation from the allocation price on SpaceX. And there's something interesting that happens at 30% that we talked about on Friday, where there's actually like a trigger event for people being able to sell some of their shares. So generally, and this is how all IPOs work, is they don't just give access to everybody, all the investors in SpaceX, access to their shares on day one. That would be disastrous, right? It creates this weird like prisoner dilemma thing where, you know, whoever sells first makes the most amount of money, and just wouldn't be nice. So generally there's some sort of tiered rollout, right? You get access to like 10% of your shares a quarter, and you can sell those in, and then maybe after a year or 6 months or something it goes. But SpaceX has done something I think is weird. I'm not a really IPO guy, so I could be dead wrong on this, but where there's not only time allocations on when they can sell shares, but there's performance allocations. So if SpaceX is up 30% from its IPO price, at some point they're allowed to sell more shares than if it was down from their IPO price. The reason I say that is because naturally you would think that could create a little bit of a wall. If I don't know what the exact terms are, I'll get Perplexity to look them up in a second. But if we start ripping and we're up over 30% from the IPO, then that at some point allows people to sell more shares, and we can come back down. We got to remember we are, it's already in the MSCI, which doesn't really affect price, but it's 15 days until the Qs. So
you're making my head hurt, and I don't even have the trade.
Well, it just means that if we get up 30%, there's more supply up there because people are allowed to sell, which they wouldn't for before, right?
Great edge you're giving the chat. I'm just here like, man, if that was my trade, I'd be scratching my head. I'd be like, dude, AI, please tell me what the hell is in this S1. Because it's so confusing. And I actually did a whole report on the S1, and it still didn't say anything of that. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe there's an updated S1 that has it. I don't know.
I'm not reading that whole. I'm not reading that whole thing. I got the shares. I'm a CMT.
Is the cat money.
It either goes up or it goes down, right?
Our cat is ripping, man. Our cat is ripping. We're having that opposite trade on that one. Also, so hey, there's SPCX. It's starting to climb, guys. We're going for the high of the day break. Now it's long signals. Now it's long signals here, guys. This is a good hold. right at the day's high where it kind of rejected, right where I sold it, right here. So this is like kind of my signal. The same way like I want to take longs, like shorts on the low of the day above 175. I want to be thinking longs, but I want to see a big drive on both of those actions, not just taps. Yeah. That was a tap right there. So just got to be careful, right? It's right in the same area. That's a telling sign that it's in the same area. We want to see what happens in this area. Same way in this morning, this was the tap area where it kept tapping, rejecting 171, 170, 171. And then finally we broke through with some big volume. What's going to happen right here at 175 is important.
Okay, I found it in the S1. After reporting earnings for 3 months through June, the company's first results, so it's only after earnings of the first results of it being a publicly traded companies, insiders can sell up to 20% of their eligible locked up shares if the stock is trading at least 30% above its IPO price at that time. They can sell an additional 10%. So after it reports earnings, it's getting cold in here. 3 months from now, after they report earnings, they can sell 20%. But if it's up over 30% after they report earnings, they can sell 30% of their shares. So that's significant. So it doesn't affect us now, but just know that the market is probably seeing that, and up 30% is going to be a significant number because it means people can dump more, right? And the first amount of shares they can dump is coincidentally, I'm sure, lined up with 15 days after the IPO, which is the same time that it gets added to the queues. So it seems like they sat down and they said, okay, if it can get added to the queues, it can also move this. I'll be right back, guys. We're getting a delivery, so we're gonna get some dog freak out.
Not to worry. We'll take a look at the action out there, guys. You guys see I have some positions on. I got Deer in the green there. I got ETN looking for that to drive right back through the 412s and then continue higher on that name. Willing to dip by and add to that name also. We'll see what happens. HPQ, the name that's pulling back a little bit for me, but willing to add on that one. It's holding in here. We'll look for a red to green move on this 30 minutes. Really don't want to see this 30-minute candle go red. Want to see it come back to green and get back above the 26. That would be a nice tell sign there that it holds a 25 pullback, undercuts, and rallies out of this. We'll see what happens in HPQ, Dell, and other names that I'm watching in the market. Not looking bad in the industrial space. Another name that I can give you guys that was looking interesting for me was UPS on the pullback to 109. Not a bad name, of course, with the oil coming down. Cyclical names also taking a move here. So if you want to take a look to think we're getting rotation, you can see the cyclical names having a really good day there. So then you're talking your luxury goods, your leisure trade, right? Royal Caribbean doing good. Booking getting a heck of a day today, guys. 3% day there. Booking now up there to 176. So like I mentioned, the easy trades today, like the airlines, right? American Airlines pulling back here, but those have gotten a nice little push right out the gates. Looking for some more easy trades there in leisure. Let's take a look to see what else is making a nice move here in the leisure space. Looking around, Airbnb getting a nice little lift there. So that's a good one there. And then, of course, that's probably going with Hilton. But look at that drive there in Airbnb to 138. It's a nice little lift off there on the daily chart as it starts to drive. This could be a little bit of a bigger move on the day. Airbnb now starting to continue to push. We'll see what happens there. All right, looking into the market, looking into what's going on.
I was going to say, shout out to that delivery driver. Dude was like a ninja. He's in and out. None of the dogs
like
noticed anything.
Ninja.
Or my dogs suck. They're not protecting me enough. But so then I pick it up and it's a giant bag of figs. So let's see how this one's doing. Giant bag. And I know these are expensive as hell. So it's not a bad looking chart. This is, I guess, the Lululemon of scrubs for people that like nurses and dentists
Airbnb
and that kind of stuff. Man. But
leisure trade, easy trade today, doing well. Hilton.
There's one like that. There's a leisure ETF. Darn, I need to remember that has all the. Let me just Google this. I always thought it was well done because it's got TRVL travel. TRVL. Any volume on it? They just have a basket of. Oh no. PEGJ. PEJ. Yeah, geez, wow. That's at all-time highs. So this one has... Yeah, this one has just all the TRVI is another one here. Just, you know, all the cruise lines and Airbnb and all that kind of stuff just kind of baked right in. So let's take a look here. So SPY really hasn't done much of anything so far this morning, but it's holding above VWAP. You know, that's very strong overall action there. It's really nothing else you want to see, right? We gap up and we hold. And, you know, how many times do we see that gap up and then there's some type of retracement because there's some sort of push back down just from profit taking? But it seems like any profit taking is definitely being overwhelmed by buying. And as we get again closer to that all-time highs, IWM well through that all-time highs, RSP all-time highs as well. So it's one of those, the average large cap stock, we talked about this on Friday, was making all-time highs on Friday and continues to make all-time highs. So what's actually lagging behind, not often you can say that, is technology. And technology still has a bit to go for all-time highs where everything else is there and loving life. Yeah, MAGS, they're talking about the MAG 7 ETF. I have that here, rocketing up 2.4%. Right, this is the part that's been lagging. This is why the Qs are not making all-time highs when everything else is. This just what you're seeing here, because this is an equal weighted version of the MAG 7, just not doing fantastically compared to everything else. And all of a sudden, if we start to see those kind of catch up with NVIDIA, right, leading the charge there to finally catch up, because that one's not doing great today, then all of a sudden we can start to see markets really, really rocket, you know. However, I'm all right with this. I'm all right with a broadening out rally where we're seeing more from, like Mitch was saying, industrials and basic materials and things like this. I'm cool with that.
You should see.
You know?
No, but I think at the end of the day, we're still looking like an all-out rally. The thing that you don't want to see is SPCX just go caca.
Yeah, it's a very vibes thing for that one.
It will just ruin all the vibes of all the traders out there. There's so many people that are invested in this thing right now. If it goes red, they start closing the investment accounts. They're just like, I'm not going to look. So that's what we need to see not happen today. If SPCX just continues to rock and roll, I'd highly doubt the market goes red. So that could be another bet, right? A hedge bet right there, a pairs trade. SPCX like long, SPY short, right? Something like that, and just catch the beta, right? I'm sure I'm not the only trader thinking like this, right? So
yeah, on the just looking at FinViz here.
Yeah,
right,
VRT,
we've got
those types of names.
We have 69% of stocks advancing. So we still only have 51% of names total above their 200-day moving average. That's pretty wild.
I like CEG, but I'm going to look for that one later in the day, guys, just to mention another one that I want to buy. Independent power producers, long-term positions. You need to start nailing those in.
I just clunked out of some GEV today from a swing trade last week. So that was so great because the system said to. It said buy it when everyone hated it at 865. Now that everyone loves it, take your money and move on.
Why do they love it? Nah,
it was up. People, they hate it when it's down. They love it when it's up. I'll do the opposite.
You do that.
Add it to Amazon.
My contrarian.
Yeah, Amazon's a good one. Well, and the other thing we got to keep in mind with Amazon is it owns a. I know, I saw that. EV Mux comes for everybody, man. It doesn't matter where in the world you live,
or if you're even hiding in the back, it still cuts you out.
You're not even your camera's not on. You're not
screen, man.
You're not screen sharing nothing.
Yep.
It's like it's sniffed up. It's like, hey man, I smell someone back there. Look, that guy's having a fine day. Let's ruin it for him.
Did you watch some prediction? Did you do some predictions out there? I probably got that Germany prediction wrong. Yeah, man. 7-1. Go Germany. Let's go. Let's go. Don't say you've never watched
in my life watched this. I've never watched a soccer game in my life, a full soccer game, and I don't think I ever will.
We'll be back after these messages. If I could hit Michael with a soccer ball from right here, guys, let's just say there's some good kicking action going on right now.
I hope everyone that you want to win wins, or everyone
never watched soccer.
Never. I've never sat through an entire soccer match, and I don't think I'm missing out on too much. That just seems like boring.
Oh, man.
They're running around. There's like 2 points scored a game, and you're just like sitting there the rest of the time, right?
All right, guys. SPCX is just hanging out, man. Hanging out like a thread on the top end. I don't like that. If I was a bull, we'll see what happens if we start to see a drop. And it's making me itch. It's making me want to short. That's how you know it's about to rocket. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, everyone like just focused Amazon on that. Call out.
Is Apple still dropping? Are they still selling Apple to buy SPCX? Because that's exactly what I think happened last week. People were selling their Apple rip to buy the dip again. Apple pushing again today. Michael, I give you your hated trade of the day. Apple. Because it came out with AI. Oh no, but it's Google. But it's Google, Michael. It's Google. It's supposed to come down now. No, it has AI now. so don't be mad, dude. If you see it back above 300, so good bet right here, 300.
I watched the event and I saw all the criticisms of like, oh, you just don't have like a chat bot built in, and I'm like, why would I want that? I'm going to use Claude, right? What I want is Siri not to be dumb. And then like I was watching, I'm like, oh, that seems pretty cool. Like all the little, gathering your emails and, I'm like, I like all that stuff. It's like, if I want just a chat bot to chat with, I'm going to use Claude. I have that. Like just click on that app.
Scroll back on the daily. Scroll back on the daily so you can see the clear resistance that's becoming support. Do you see that? It's as clear as day. You know what I mean? Like sometimes don't make it difficult, guys. Put the weekly, put the monthly, you'll see it. It's right there. And what do institutions see? They don't see that daily down dip in 3 days. They're on their weekly charts and they see what? Oh, it's right back at the 9 EMA on the weekly. It's right back at resistance. It just undercut to 290. I could get back above 300 and then see 320s. 320s puts 10% up. And what? Maybe a percentage down? SPCX breaking on the downside, just to mention that. But
I have always said, man, if you like, okay, we take away all your systems and your robots and all your fancy stuff, and you still gotta make a living trading. It's just this. It's that prior break of a all-time high resistance, come back down, tap it, and hold. And then the same thing on breakdowns. Thing breaks down, comes back up, and hits the breakdown point, and it holds and rolls over. You're trading with the trend, right? Apple's in an uptrend because it's broke all-time highs and it's come back to test it. And you just know right where you're wrong. If you're buying it here or buying it when it gets back through 300, you put your stop at 15 points away. Here's your trade. You wait till you make 30 to 45 points. And it is simple, which doesn't necessarily mean easy, but it's checks all the boxes, right? You're trend trading, a lot of these different things. It just kind of says, okay, you're going with it. It's funny. I wonder how many people are just getting chopped up to hell in SpaceX, just because it's not.
That's why you've seen me. What did you see me at the gates? Right, trade, and then just say wait.
Yeah,
wait.
Show me new highs or new lows.
Exactly.
Right.
So like it was either going to be that this stock was going to make a massive move out the gates, or there was going to be some chop. Right. And so at this point, I'm like, let me get out of the chop zone, and then I can go trading it again. There's nothing wrong. But if you run out of powder, that's how that will ruin your day, right? So like to give perspective, right? Like I had a trade that I closed at 171.71 that I had from the close on Friday, right? And that was a great trade. That was $1,000 trade. So now it's kind of just wait and see, right? Here's 175 showing right back on SPCX. Can we get the breakout? Will we see it? What are you reading from TAC here?
He's just asking, when do you think LMs will charge more for credits so that they can, because they got to turn profitable at some point.
What do you mean?
I think they're making the other bet. I think they're making the bet that tokens will become cheaper. That's
exactly
the
their bet they're doing.
Right? Is that instead of we're going to charge you X and we're going to take a hit, but then hopefully now that we've gotten you used to paying X, if we can bring down costs over time with more efficient models and things like that, then eventually you turn profitable that way. I don't think it's raising the price that they're, they'll, just like Netflix, right? Every couple of years they'll come and they'll hit you with a little price raise, I'm sure. But I think it's more of the bet on the other side is if we can make our models more efficient. If I have you used to paying $200 a month and all of a sudden I can make my model super efficient, and so now I'm making money off you, and that's great because you didn't feel anything different, right? We just, in the back end, with more efficient processing, with more efficient models, that type of thing. So like NVIDIA comes out with a new GPU, and all of a sudden that GPU can be do way better. Well, then I'm just going to buy that GPU from NVIDIA, and then that will slowly start to turn everything profitable, right?
That's not
throwing data centers into space, that kind of stuff. Like
that's not to mention the hardware that's coming soon, right? So one thing is for certain is that you're going to see continued hardware increases for the consumer. So the most important thing is local running large language models, right? You don't want it to be on large language models. You want to go ahead and run a local model, smaller one, right? That could eventually do a lot of simple tasks for you, and then you're using the large language models for the heavy lifting, right? And then what you're doing is you're using a combination, right? Your, like, let's say desktop agent is running into your large language models, running some procedures, and then pulling information and then running it on your desktop. The things that will change are immediately about definitely the tokenization and the efficiencies as we do and increase GPUs as the most important thing that you hear Jensen talk about is token efficiency, right? So you're 100% right, Michael. So hey, there you guys have it. You guys are getting it from both sides. Michael saying that, and I'm clearly telling you guys that the themes are showing that, right? Like that's the small detail in the conversation. More than likely the next move. So you watch for who can continue to just battle each other. And there's also they're eating each other, right, Michael? Like they're battling so much that there's no way that they can just be like, oh no, we're just going to charge more because we lose the customer. The customer just goes next door.
Well, and the GPU guys are battling himself, right? You better believe, because NVIDIA, when he's sitting down with, the CEO of Anthropic, right? The CEO of Anthropic is saying, you got to build a chip that brings down the token cost for us so that we can start making money. And that's the only way we survive as a company. So if you want us to keep buying your GPUs hand over fist, they better start getting way better at bringing down this token cost. So then, Jensen's going back to his company and saying, all right, guys, right, we need to stop building maybe for raw performance and start building for bringing down these token costs, because we want, of course, right? NVIDIA needs an OpenAI that makes money, and they need an Anthropic that makes money in order for them to continue to print money, right? So it's a very symbiotic type relationship.
Yeah, it's the combo, right? Power efficiency, token efficiency. Those are the two things that are the major focus moving forward, right? And then how do you accomplish that? You have to have better memory processing, right? So the memorization has to be better. The opticals need to be better, right? The connections in between, the lasers, right? That type of action. And then what's also being talked about is there's some new products that Micron's trying to come out with that would be really interesting, which is essentially pumping cooling into the memory chip. You heard that right, into the memory chip. That would be the massive move, I think, as we continue to see hardware changes. But these are the types of things that if you're really an investor and you're really trying to make thesis style bets, which is what I love, like that's what you need to be researching, right? Not where the puck is today, right, Michael, but where the puck is going tomorrow, right? There's a reason why Micron has such appreciation. It's not for the product that they have today, but also for some of the products that they foresee in the future.
Right, which is why this whole thing's a re-rating. Now, what do you think of this cup and handle looking thing here on SpaceX?
It's a cup and handle, baby.
Looking a little interesting here. This daily.
Yeah.
I've been trying forever to build, because I think there's so much power in this particular pattern, not just on daily charts, but intraday. Building that has been difficult, but yeah, this looks really nice because you get that initial dip that spooks everyone out. Then you get back to all-time highs, and you just kind of chop around that all-time highs for a little bit. So through that, we could get another little surge there on SpaceX, which this to me is my vibes check. It used to be Fartcoin. Now I think it's SpaceX. If SpaceX is ripping, then everyone's loving life and they're partying and drinking, having a good time. If SpaceX comes down, people start to get a little bummed.
Yeah, dude. Everyone was watching after hours, and I could see it. I could see people in the streets looking into their phones. That was a telling sign. They weren't looking at their X. They were looking at their SpaceX, baby. But yeah, I could see it. I could see it out there, man. And as someone that just took the trade and didn't look, it was nice to just look back around like 11. I was watching you guys live. I was like, oh snap, it's starting to rip. Let's go take a look. Oh, close it, Mitch, fast. You're gonna get over 1,500. I didn't want to get the over the max trade, right? So I'm like, close it fast. All right, guys, SPCX holding in here. We're going to look for the nice little lift off. Let's see if we get the lift off here. SPCX is holding in here. We might get a lift off, man. We might just get it, dude.
Well, and the SPY came back down to VWAP, held it. Oh, there's the break in SpaceX.
There it is.
Ooh, look at that. That was
look at the selling waiting there. That was
there.
1.5 million shares just hit really quickly there, guys. That seemed like an iceberg order trying to get through, and it got through, and it hit it, and it hit it hard here. So I'm actually going maybe, dang, you guys going to yell at me. I want to go short. I'm going to have to wait.
It was interesting, right? So I'm watching my broker here, right? I know
1.5 million shares right there that went through fast.
Well, and that was exactly at 30% up from the IPO price. I looked down, I saw that tick up to 30% up, and then
someone had it pegged there to sell.
Yeah.
Someone had it pegged there to sell. So that might be a roof there. So I'm thinking short here, man.
Could be a ceiling for some time, because it would make sense, if you know that now it's a couple months away.
Yell at me. Yell at me, everyone. Chat. You're allowed to yell at me, guys. You can go to my screen and yell at me. I'm short. Go. You see this? This is the non-bot in me.
Well, it's a logical price, because we talked about that particular price for a while. And yeah, Tax asking about SpaceX options. I read tomorrow, which is nuts. Yeah, it's usually like a couple weeks to maybe a couple months, but I heard tomorrow they're getting SpaceX options. So day 1, SpaceX, day 2, leverage SpaceX, day 3, SpaceX options. So there's
it didn't look like a buy order up there. Let me just say that much.
No, that seemed like somebody had a little program in and just said, we hit 30% up, punch the sell.
Punch the out. And if it gets back there, do they have more shares waiting? That's my concern, right?
Yeah, that would make...
Starts to put an overhead ceiling on the price action, at least for the short term.
And if you want to feel the vibes, right? That's a very vibes thing, right? People are nervous now. If you had just bought that breakout, you got slapped pretty hard, pretty quick.
Oh yeah.
So you'll sometimes see the market kind of go back up there and retrace and just hang out there for a second. Just be like, is he still here? And if he's not, then maybe it goes higher. And if he is, then
you'll see a drift near it to see if he shows it back up. And it was right at 175 and above, right? Because the order kind of filled on like an action like this where it's like the offers going up and hitting it, right? And there's very little amount of time where the last price is up there. It's just pretty much doing the liquidity fill, right? That we talk about all the time, right? Sees liquidity, it fills that liquidity and then drags right back down.
Which is hilarious because that's what happened on Friday as well. It got up to that price, which would have been roughly 30% from the open price, that triggering of more potential selling.
Dude, we're on to something with that.
Reversed,
we're
right?
on to something with that. I'm going to take the trade there. It's so good that I'm like, do I close like money elsewhere to add to this? I'm going to stick with ETN because it looks good. So like, I'm going to say, Mitch, stick with 3 trades. Just don't load the boat, but it looks awesome right now. So we got it. I got the entry there, 173. Going to look for the downfalls through the 170. And then from there, really should start to collapse. Let's see if Money Mitch can take the bag today, guys. Been having a good action here on SPCX. Let's see if I can cash a swing account just with SPCX. Just because we can hit up Elon and be like, thank you. Elon, I'll hit you up on Twitter. I'll give you a nice little certificate. I'll send it over.
Yeah, right. Someone was talking about Tesla, and this is something interesting too, right? We're chopping right under
Tesla's. Are they right under VWAP on
Tesla? Not really. I thought they would.
It wasn't on Friday, but I think it could go in line more today.
Well, it's your Elon people, right? If they believe Elon's going to be great, then if he's
no, but I also know that a lot of money. I think you saw a lot of selling of Tesla shares on Friday to then there it is. That's the action we needed to see. There's a little flush. There's 600,000 shares. There's some fear coming into those SpaceX traders, and the rocket that went up goes boom. We'll find out.
It's funny that it's just like a lot of intraday movement, a lot of intraday volatility, of course, but just no like absolute movement. It opened up today like right here, and then it's right there as well, and it's just showing that the traders are having a great time. The people who are trying to make large directional bets on this, they're having a bit of a rough time. And that just might be the thing. Like everyone's like, oh, will SpaceX, rocket or crash? Well, what if it does neither of those, right? Nothing is a direction too, right?
But what if it does blow up?
Could.
If it does?
I doubt it. I doubt it because no insiders have gotten their money yet, So it's one of those things where you need...
Will it be a blow up?
You need Elon's going to do a lot, and there's going to be a lot of chatting to try to get something that actually works, right? So he wants, if he wants to bring people into the next deal, this deal's got to do okay.
Put my screen up. Let's see if it works. Just put a repeat of the rocket blowing up and watch it go down.
Oh.
Do you think
it's doing the other thing?
Do you think this is what Sam Altman is doing right now? Sitting
like
at
hoping.
his desk.
Yeah.
I'm short.
Mad.
Someone tell Sam Altman you can go short on Trade the Pool.
Oh, I bet you Sam Altman can make some calls and get some shares to borrow.
Oh man, I wouldn't be surprised if Sam's out there with a big old elbow on that short button right now. He's like, get you, Elon. I get you. All right, we'll see what happens with the rocket. It is blowing up as we speak, and down she goes. Down she goes.
SPY has been a do nothing day. You know, big gap up, near all-time highs, new all-time highs on a lot of sectors out there, and now we're hanging out. And SpaceX doing it could be. You know, we got to remember that the news is done for a lot of these things, and we need to wait for FOMC, right? I think everyone's like, all right, the next big FOMC guy. It's our new guy. It's our new JPOW. We got to test him, see how his first day goes.
Let's go. Quick flush. Back down to 170, and then just it could be a tank party. So don't want to get risk on here, because if it pops back up, just want to look for the reshort. At this point, there's a ceiling. That wicks are tricks, and tricks are for kids, and a lot of people bought that wick. So we'll see what happens at this point, right? It was a dirty trick there, and like Michael said, there was a tell sign in the S1, right? That's what made me jump to the trade. Was more the explanation that Michael gave there. And sometimes, like always, right? Michael's not giving me financial advice. He's explaining the trade to me. And by explaining the trade to me, it made sense in my mind. The thesis could be connected, right? And so, hey, I take the trade. And that's also the tell sign of a day trader too, because I think a day trader always has like this like constant like thesis build, take trade, like result type of mentality, right? And we like kind of like going through this constant cycle. Do I take this trade? Oh, thesis built. What are the levels? Do I take the trade, right? And we're like in this process, right? So sometimes you might need to flip on what you were thinking, even in the morning, right? The key, understand what are your like levels of negation? Like what is like the key levels that you're looking for, right? To show that, hey, your bullish thesis is now broken and you can go bear, right? Or your bearish thesis is now broken and you can go bull. Or the other option, right? Your thesis is now broken and you can go to cash, right? And so I think these are all important things to like learn about, especially if you're a day trader and you're trying to master this process, right? It's going to be a lot of like that noise in your head. And this is why Michael leans towards the bot building, because that noise can get very conflicting, right? That in between, right? So you have to almost be a killer process like mentality to really kill it in day trading. Right, so here it is. Let's see if we get that rocket down, baby. Rockets go up, and at least SpaceX rockets, they also come down.
They're supposed to get like caught by those things, but
they land.
We'll see.
They're rockets that land, dude. We'll see what happens, guys. I have a feeling like the best trade for SpaceX is going to be a long, a short, a long, a short, and that's hard to play. That's hard to play, right?
And that, if you are a long-term, SpaceX IPO, if you're like, I want be in this thing for ages, then that's kind of what you want. You want the IPO
Yeah,
to
you
go
almost
off
don't even want to
well,
look.
and for it to chill between like 150 and 200 for months, and then report great earnings, and then it just kind of breaks out. That's the, that's the game plan. If that's what you want. If you're someone who just wants a quick hit, then yeah, you just want it to rip through the moon right now and be over with it. But you gotta always remember the valuation on this thing. It's 2 trillion. So if it doubles, it's 4 trillion, right? When what Josh was saying is going to be $400 a share, that makes it the most valuable company on planet Earth. It's pretty wild for something that's like 2 days old. So yeah, you got to end up going through and saying, well, I got to remember that maybe they just fairly priced it, and that's it released at the value in which it is worth, and that's it. It just sits here until the next news event, which is earnings, which I think is, so it's going to include June. So it's going to be 3 months out. You're not going to see that until September? November. That's when you're going to get the first earnings report. And until then, the only thing it can trade off of, because you got all of the data in the S1, the only thing it can trade off of is change in AI. Because we got to remember, there's 3 parts to it. It's the rocket ships that go up that break even. It's the Starlink up there that makes a bit of money. And then it's AI that hemorrhages money, like all AI companies. And yeah, so it's more going to be on like AI and space vibes less than anything else. So that's maybe why for the last 15 minutes we've just been kind of chopping about.
All right, we'll be pulling up some education
just
here
taking
in just
a look
a second.
here, just trying to see. Every time I look up, the S&P 500 is up 1.5%. So we tried to coil up there. We tried to break into that high. We just kind of failed miserably back down. At the same time, we're seeing oil break down. So I thought this oil would be a good sign of what's going to happen there in the market. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing oil go down and then the markets just chill out. So I wanted to see an oil collapse actually work. It's not collapsing right now. So RSP pulling back just a bit. So the average large cap stock here is pulling back. We're seeing, where was it?
All right,
the Qs. The Qs are showing up stronger than the SPY. So we're getting off the open. It was very much everything but tech. And then now we're rotating back into the tech space. It's just the way it works. Sometimes we get tech as rallying. Sometimes we get the everything else rally. Seems to be more of those everything else rally or tech rally taking place with something happening here. Let me go to the streets for a minute and see if I can find anything.
SpaceX still down now to 170. So there it goes, 169.50
No, it's just more
now.
blockade
Really
news.
nice action there. So good action on the SPCX short.
Interesting.
And we'll get to some education coming up.
Is that thing on the move? NVDA. Yeah, trying to coil up, trying to break the day's VWAP, see if that can show some strength up in there. Just not. XLV is the one that's been kind of lagging us. Healthcare has been not the place, at least so far today. Of course, all that can change at any point. But we're seeing a little bit of weakness there in healthcare. And yeah, tax talking. The 3 major, a lot of people, rightfully so, they think SpaceX, they think the rockets, and the rockets are like a break-even business. It's a wash. They don't really lose money on the rockets anymore. But it's the AI which they rolled into it, which was kind of the most interesting part, and that of course hemorrhages money entirely, just like most AI companies do. So
it's only Starlink
I think it's going to move maybe even a little bit more with AI stuff than it's going to move with potentially space stuff, because that's if they wanted to turn SpaceX profitable tomorrow, they could just shut off the AI part of it. I think it's worth way less, because I think it's being valued on how much that will happen. Starlink does well, but not $2 trillion well, that's for sure.
Remember that SpaceX lent the money to make that right? So that's the other thing that comes into play with that. So you got to
is that you
understand what
muted,
happened.
Mitch, or is that?
Oh, it's
Did
one
it
of
get me?
those. Yeah, it's one of those.
I think that's me. I'll be right back.
It's one of those.
Lux.
I was wondering if Michael could hear me or not. It was one of those.
For years.
But let's go to our education right now. We'll kick it started here with going robotics. Robotics. Michael, we're going robotics. You didn't hear me. So we're going robotics, baby. And then you got the rug pull again. So play that video. Let's go robotics.
For years,
let's learn.
Self-driving cars were treated like an expensive science project that was always 5 years away. But by early 2026, that phase officially ended. Driverless operations
Google?
crossed the threshold into a daily commercial reality. This chart shows the scale of that shift. In May 2024, the industry handled about 50,000 paid driverless rides a week. By the first quarter of 2026, that number hit 750,000. That is a 10-fold jump in commercial volume in under 2 years. Two players drove almost all of that volume. Waymo cleared 500,000 weekly rides across 10 U.S. cities, and Baidu's Apollo Go ran another 250,000 over in China. As these companies put more cars on the road in a single city, their utilization rates climb. The vehicles spend less time empty and more time earning fares, which steadily pushes the cost of operating each ride toward profitability. With 750,000 rides now happening weekly, the central investment question has shifted. The trend is now about identifying which layer of the stack captures the surplus once these rides become a standard commodity. Look at this diagram of the autonomous vehicle market. It has fractured into 3 distinct business models. Down here at layer 1 are the hyperscale operators. These companies invest billions in physical assets, building the cars, maintaining the fleets, and running the operations. Because they do the heavy lifting, they capture 100% of the passenger fare. Above them in layer 2 are the network aggregators. These are asset-light apps. They route their massive bases of existing digital users into third-party autonomous vehicles and take a percentage fee off the top of every ride. Across this entire stack, 10 major public companies, from Tesla and Alphabet down to Uber and Mobileye, are locked in active competition to dominate their respective layers. Investors who misjudge these structural differences risk missing the financial upside of the sector entirely, regardless of how quickly the underlying technology improves. We can map the biggest players on this chart to see how they operate. Up here in the top right are the hyperscale operators: Tesla, Waymo, which is Alphabet, and Baidu. They own their proprietary software, and they own massive physical fleets. Entering this tier requires billions in manufacturing capital and years of grinding through city-by-city regulatory permitting to get vehicles approved for the road. They take different paths to reach scale. Waymo expands through permitted localized zones in places like Phoenix and Los Angeles. Tesla is attempting to scale through manufacturing volume, ramping up dedicated cybercab production at Giga Texas. The prize for this model is a vertical monopoly. Owning the car, the software, and the app allows a company to keep the entire fare while using a massive stream of real-world driving data to improve the autonomy stack. However, these operators hold all the safety risk. A single high-profile accident can trigger regulators to pull operating permits across multiple cities instantly. Hyperscale operators offer the highest potential upside if they achieve city-level density, but they require investors to accept binary safety risks and high capital burn rates. That heavy capital requirement is exactly why companies like Uber and Lyft focus on the network layer instead. This diagram shows the aggregator mechanism. They take existing ride-hail customers and route them into self-driving vehicles owned by others. The scale is significant. By early 2026, Uber's network of 50 million recurring members routed exactly half of Waymo's commercial trips in key markets. This model allows aggregators to scale without the friction of purchasing or maintaining local fleets. They generate profit from the autonomous supply already on the ground. The long-term threat is a squeeze on margins. As operators build out their own direct-to-consumer apps and gain local density, they will likely challenge the fees they pay aggregators to route that traffic. Aggregators offer a way to benefit from whichever car brand succeeds. However, their long-term value depends on keeping customers from switching directly to an operator's own app. At the base of the industry are the suppliers providing the underlying hardware. companies like Mobileye, Hesai, and Ouster. This network node graphic represents their position. Instead of running taxi services, they focus on securing design wins from major automakers to embed their chips or LiDAR hardware into robotaxis and everyday consumer cars. Revenue in this layer scales with the total production volume of the industry. As an investor, returns are tied to total autonomous vehicles produced, regardless of the booking app. But there is an architectural risk. If vision-only AI, like Tesla's, proves it can operate safely without LiDAR, the market for sensor suppliers could contract significantly. Suppliers provide insulation from the consumer market wars, but they carry technical risks regarding which hardware standard the industry ultimately adopts. The 2026 market sits squarely mid-cycle. This era mirrors the early days of the ride-hailing boom, where the service has reached the public, but the final winners have not yet consolidated. Market dynamics suggest that both operators and aggregators will likely coexist through 2027. Both models are currently scaling side by side. At the stage of the rollout, consumer demand is still outpacing the number of autonomous vehicles available for service. Price wars and margin compression are secondary risks that will only intensify once multiple operators reach a saturation point in the same cities. Investors don't need to predict a final monopoly today. The current task is aligning your portfolio with the specific risks you are willing to carry during this expansion phase. This decision tree matches investment convictions to the appropriate stack layer. For those who believe direct-to-consumer apps waddle in the market and accept fleet ownership risks, the options are Alphabet or Tesla. Investors seeking autonomous revenue without the capital risks of vehicle manufacturing can look towards Uber. Their 50 million member network acts as a structural moat. If you believe automakers will license software rather than build it, Mobileye captures royalties across millions of vehicles. Success in this sector requires matching your investment to the specific capital profile of the layer you choose. Buying into a heavy fleet operator while expecting the asset-light returns of a software network creates a fundamental mismatch between your risk and your reality. Know the layer you choose and respect its trade-offs.
All right, guys, there you have it. Respect the trade-offs in the robo-taxis, and we'll see what happens, who wins there. There are some players that definitely look into. And, of course, Waymo's taking the lead, but maybe Tesla comes back and challenges, right? And there's other players that will be coming in there. Or maybe you like a trucking play like AUR or a LiDAR play like Ouster, right? Oh, tons of action there going on, and we'll see what happens here. We're getting a little bit of some drive back here in SpaceX. We'll look to see if it climbs right back in here and starts to drive again here, doing kind of this little bounce, but right back down there. Tesla's dropping down. It's cutting through the 408s. We'll see what happens on the SPY. SPY now going into the VWAP. So is the Qs. Will we see the SPY and the Qs start to go red here? And we start to see a little bit of some altitude drop here. We'll see what happens. Watching some of the high flyers from last week, like AMAT, those are starting to go down. So that's a tell sign too. Some of the strong names starting to drop. That could also mean that IGV stays stronger, right? You know how I've talked about how the tug of pull works, right? So when the semis just go weak, well, then IGV just takes the leg up, right? So, hey, there you guys have it. We talked about this similar play again, right? It's just like a pull. Who's pulling on the rope today?
Yeah, and it's, two sides of a coin, right? The more, the better AI gets with the whole hardware side of things, the more people worried about their software and vice versa. And so it seems like that's a pretty easy inverse correlation for now. These things can disappear quickly or remain forever. Again, what's been interesting to me is just seeing the oil here, right? Breakdown, nice downtrend in oil, and that is not necessarily having the inverse effect in the Qs or in the SPY. Like that's what I expected today. Say, okay, if oil continues to break down, then everyone believes that the war is finally over, and the hummus is going to open, and everything will be great. But these charts have just been so boring. The nice opening drive here, and then just nothing on anything. Nothing on this guy, nothing over here on this guy. It's been nothing. And I guess it's okay. And I talked about why I think it might be, and it might just be that we have FOMC this week, right? And it's the first guys, it's the new guys FOMC, and everyone just might be waiting for that, and we just might be in for this all of today and all of tomorrow. Which, again, if you're a bull, you got to remember the gap up. Just because nothing's happening intraday, that doesn't mean it's not like a really positive day for the market, because we had this huge gap up on, like 2.5% on the Qs. Like, how much more do you want? Do you want the Qs to be up 5% today? Yeah, it could happen, but I don't think it's super likely.
$1 million.
I am long a butt ton of stocks, so I'll take it. I'd love a 5% rip. I just don't think I'm going to be lucky enough to get it.
You need Trump to just start doing the pinky thing from Dr. Evil.
Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
Oh man, that would be epic. Epic. He goes, I love gold to the camera.
Bought some of this just on swing, this ZDEG. No idea what this thing is, but just look down and I now own some of it. So
there you go. Get after it, man. What about Circle bouncing back? Circle.
That's a crypto thing, right? That's the USDC
IPO that hasn't undercut the IPO low, hanging out there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Was that? Hold on, I need to see if the date is there. Yeah, she ripped under her in last year, or no, beginning of this year, and then popped back through. What's interesting on this chart, here,
it gives
that's
you
the anchored view app from the IPO price, and look at that, it hit that twice. The anchored view app from the IPO.
Yeah, you might want to wait for it to clear it, so you're not early to the game. But it could be one to put an alert and then yell at you when it gets there, right?
Yeah, it's 125. So even if it gets there, that's a wicked move.
I wonder, have you tested that strategy out, Michael? That'd be an interesting one. The IPO anchored recovery after breakdown of IPO, though. I think have you done that? Like, it has to break the IPO low and then recover that anchor.
Yeah, it's like most trend following strategies. Like, it's super low win rate, but every now and then you get through it.
Especially there's so many IPOs. How do you distinguish between the IPOs you want to take and you don't?
Yeah, you just need something that's cranking out. I've just done a lot of volume because you got 90% of IPOs no one gives a crap about. So they IPO and the thing just doesn't do anything for a long period of time. It's just
nothing. Like no one even knew that it IPO'd.
It's a mom and pa hardware store. So it's like, congratulations for being IPO'd, but just no one cares about you. So, and the reason I think that we get this undercut and maybe rip through is the difference between lockup periods and them finally reporting really good and really positive earnings. So it ends up just being this, okay, well, things are boring until we get that data that people care about. Just like we talked about with SpaceX, a lot of stuff is locked up until they have some resolution of their earnings. Right?
All right, come down, SpaceX. Let's do it. It's time to really break down. You rejected the bounce. Now you really need to go. Now it's just sit on the break even and let it sit for the rest of the day. Because if it fades off, it might be an all-day type of fade and come back tomorrow or even after hours. But at this point, I'm going to set it, forget it, and set it like a crock pot. Leave it on the low cook and let that baby cook.
But, for Crow, right? I think this week's the week for MindMed news.
Oh, I think it is. MindMeders. We're going to have to dip into the sauce. You have to dip into the MindMed.
Phase 3, they said by the end of Q2, and we're getting very close to the end of Q2. So it's either this week or next.
Man, that's gone down. It's quite a bit since that high.
MindMed?
Wow.
No,
I'm looking at the wrong one probably.
Yeah, it changed its name. It's Definium now.
Dude, who stole the ticker?
Is MND still trading? Yeah, because it's like right near MND. Oh, someone did.
They stole it. They
no,
tried to
it's
do
an
a
ADR.
trick. They tried to do a trick. That's called a trick.
Yeah, it's just.
Let's be honest, Michael. That's called a trick. They're like,
well, I think our charts just never. Oh, it's nothing for our charts.
I have it on. No, but I have it on another one too. I don't know.
I'm seeing it as like a there's a spike. Company.
We got a spike in SPCE or SPCX. Just got me out there on the break even on the recent spike. We'll see if we get another move there, but it was a quick wick there. Let's see if it can recover that big order. Right, Michael? That's the key level. You guys see me though, like being willing to what? Lose on this ticker. Yes, you heard that right. I'm willing to lose on SpaceX. Yes, you have to be willing to lose so that you can do what? Win. I know that doesn't make sense for a lot of people out there, but that's just the way it works, guys.
Well, the way I look at it, it's in the high end of yesterday range, inside day, and right now the candle just looks like a doji. So it's just like it's.
So you just let it cook.
It's boring. Which is it's funny because if you think of what is the max pain scenario on SpaceX, it's probably this. It's probably not going anywhere because then you get all these people so jacked up. Oh, it's day 2 of SpaceX and oh look, they gave us the leverage plays, and it just goes nowhere. So these leveraged ETFs just eat you alive in trading fees and in spreads and all of this. And then they'll wait till
it up, man. You just made me feel leverage.
They'll wait till everyone forgets about it. Like 2 weeks will go by, our TikTok brains will be on to something else, and this thing will just break a base and rip or tank or something, but just do it when no one is watching and nobody cares. And we're on to some crazy penny stock that's quintupled that day. And, I
did it. I went leverage.
Shorted or bought the leverage one?
I bought the leverage short. The SSPC.
SPY's close to highs here.
I did it.
Finally.
I need to see quick move though. Let's see what happens here. You brought up leverage. You made me a degenerate.
in my rant to specifically say, wait until it does something. This stock has not really done anything today. It's a wide range because it's an IPO, but it hasn't moved.
We'll see what happens here. Can we get the leverage move? Can we get the spike we're looking for? Let's see it. Can we just not get the pause button on the market anymore? Release the
market's
volume.
trying.
Release the volume.
It's trying to get up to highs here. It's trying its darndest. It's not there yet.
It's trying to do something. It's trying to do something. The something, though, isn't nothing right now.
Yeah, again, I think we just might be in a holding pattern until we get the new guy come out.
The leverage. Oh, hold on, actually. Dang it. I need more volume. I'm going to have to get out. This sucks. That's the 1 minute rule that's going to kill me here. Well, we'll just do this. We'll do a small little stop out here. More than likely going to get triggered out. I hate that.
It's funny now. This is just me personally, but pretty much a lot of my other stuff is down on the day.
I have to get triggered out. A little frustrating there. It's like there's not enough volume on this SSPC, and then so I got in there and I bought over the 5-minute rule. So now you got to just take out the trade and just take the loss. If not, why isn't it cutting out the
I think there was like 4 leveraged ETF ones to launch. So the volumes is probably getting spread out between all of them, and they need to declare a winner. Like, where are people trading? Because I saw that there was a bunch of different companies that decided today was the day to do that. So it's like, okay, well, if everyone in the world is gonna launch a leveraged ETF, then you got a single stock leverage ETF, and we need 6 of them. So they'll figure it out, right?
All right, got out of that, guys, just because the volume rule wouldn't even kept me, but it's actually going higher, so it's a good thing in the sense. But I hate that 1-minute rule for me. Sometimes it just plays in because I like to take advantage. I like to, when I feel like I want in, right? So sometimes I get a little too excited and I look back at the 5-minute rule and I'm just like, good Lord. 5% rule. That's the one rule that I would go back to the halting rules just because I don't trade halters too much. My personal strategy. But hey, can't blame those guys that trade the halters.
Everyone's different.
Everyone got
tapping.
Speaking of the halters, here's one, CAST, CAST. That's one to watch for if you're looking for small names today and you're looking for a move that could start waking up. It's starting to wake up, and that's the type of move that I look for in these small caps, is like a nice flag pattern, then a wake up. $4 woke up this stock. Let's see if it makes the rip. Interesting name.
So there we go. SPY just tacked, finally, new highs of the day after just spending pretty much the entire morning. And here we start to go. Just spending the entire morning doing nothing and just popped into those new highs. And the Q's lagging a little bit behind there. Where is...
It's just SPCX playing around with things right now, it seems like.
Yeah, SPC not moving. So it'll be really interesting to see 15 days from Friday. I'm assuming that's business days. I'll have to check that. That's when it starts to get added to indices. That's when it gets added to the Qs. The SPY said no. So the S&P 500 said no for a while anyway. So I think they're waiting for their first earnings report, but gets into the Qs pretty quickly. Then I think it will have even more of an effect on the market, because it won't just be vibes. Like right now, it's trading as like a satellite. It's not included in the indexes just yet, but or not the Qs anyway. So it's just it's like a vibes thing, but very soon it will just be part of the same ETFs as everything else. And it will be, I think I read like number 7 or something in the Qs for sizing, which is just wild that happens.
That is wild.
Just, hey, it's your happy 1-month anniversary of being alive. Now you're the 7th largest company inside of one of the most important market indexes of all time. But so just to wrap up, here, just on the markets, is big gap up, and we're holding. What else do you want to see?
Going.
What else do you want to see other than it?
Penny
gap up and hold. On the Qs, we got a gap up and hold. On the IWM, we actually got a gap up and a little bit of a come down. So it's that anti-rotation of everything we saw last week, in which you want it to be out of tech and you want it to be into small caps. While today, at least, it's the other way around. You want to be out of your small caps and into tech. Who knows if that continues? Don't expect too much more today. It could be obviously wrong. And then with FOMC coming, that's the thing we gotta look out for. So that is it for me today, and we will be back. Obviously, I think we have. Do we have earnings stream tonight? I know Steve's back for sure. Yes, we do. So we do have an earnings stream. So make sure you're coming back and seeing what's happening. It seems like we're about to start back up again. So what's the end of the quarter in a couple weeks, so we're going to start back up and just keep going again. But yes, we have an earnings stream, so make sure you guys are coming back for that, and I'll see you tomorrow, Mitch.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Time to get you guys over to the scanner side. And of course, the competition's still going on. So use those predictions and, of course, and get after it. We'll talk more about the competition like always. Get after it, traders. How are you doing out there in the comp? Let us know in the chat. Definitely some winners out there, and keep pushing. We'll see what happens on next, guys. Let's go ahead. We'll see what happens in SPCX. Will it fall? Will it not? We'll find out, traders. Stick into the battle. Yes, good show indeed, Tack. We'll see you guys next time.
What is up, guys and gals? Well, let me get repositioned here. We got a new webcam. We got a new week. We got a SPY up over 1%. What we doing, guys? Hey. We got some people behind the scenes, I see. Just give me a doorbell ring when you're ready. How do I look?
Well,
looking crisp?
I used to give you a 9.2,
Okay.
8.9 on your bad days. I gotta give you a 9.8. You're looking 9.8 today, baby.
Well, right back at you, Josh. I mean, I didn't know we were doing Olympics.
Well, come on.
You know how you look. Of course, we gotta give you a perfect marks. I gotta give you and Josh equally. I can't show favoritism. So what was that? We're all at 9.8s today. The squad on point. I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
I got stopped out on my gold trade on another account, and on the other one it's running, so that's kind of annoying.
But you got some of it though, right? That's good.
So,
I like the risk management though.
I'm just making sure these
Too early for that age. Come on, man.
Oh man, I love it. So, all right, so now we're here. We're doing a tease something that maybe we have coming up a Friday. It's called Juneteenth, baby. The market will be closed, but us here at Trade Pool, we will not be closed. Why? Because we're running a 10% off sale. Starts on Thursday, goes into Friday, so take advantage. 10% off our evaluations, and also we have the buy one get one going on too as well right now. So whatever evaluation you get, we'll match it with another one. This is a lot going on here for Trade the Pool. We got the second week of the final week. I guess 2 rounds of the the Trading World Championship. You can predict the World Cup matches, which, by the way, what a great game match we had on Friday night. I was going bonkers as USA won, but you can predict those and win evaluations. Friday, by the way, that's when you get back to Friday. We're going live, like I said here, same time right now on Friday. We do this again on Wednesday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is our lunch, and eventually will be our week recap as we get to Friday. Friday, again, 10% off on our evaluations. That starts on Thursday. But this Friday, we're coming back with something old. I know if Snowman is in chat. I think it's Snowman that's always yelling for after hours live stream, or say after hours, but for Steve and Power Hour, where you're not only getting Steve for Power Hour coming back the days we don't do earnings, because here we have now moving forward. If we do earnings, we still do Power Hour. Now, it's not the full recap because we have earnings to look at that day, which is today. So join us back later today for that. We do have earnings. But on Friday, Steve, you ready to get back to the webinars, baby?
Oh, I'm excited. It's the return of an era. We were just talking about this behind the scenes, guys, and I felt like I was a little embarrassed because there was such a mismatch between the quality of the information I was presenting and the way I was presenting it in terms of the slideshows. I was still pretty new at presenting overall. This was a year ago plus. So I think it's time to go back through the archives and do some archaeology, unearth the best of the best, the ones that got the most positive feedback that I think are the best examples of good strategies, good indicators, etc. And we're going to bring them back to you. We're going to be doing some great evergreen content there. And I'm excited, Josh. So this Friday, I think we're going to do actually a brand new one. First off, are you excited? Do you remember the topic here?
Double check. Refresh the brain.
I got it. Oh, so we are going to be doing how to pass these darn challenge accounts, because this is the one thing that people actually care about, right? I mean, that's why we're all here. So right. I'm gonna be getting into a few strategies that I've used for success in the past. This is like my go-to. I call it my bread and butter setup. And I'm just going to be talking about how to use one setup every day if the setup presents itself. And it's just about being disciplined. So that's going to be the meat and potatoes of it. But it's going to be really good stuff using my kind of one and done setup, the one that's all you need. So that's what we got in queue for Friday here.
Yes, and maybe some more fun stuff coming where we get an actual Friday live stream. I actually teased it to Steve, and I sent it over to Dar, and of course Alejandra. Maybe you would like to be a part of that. We don't have a live stream on Friday, so my thought process was maybe Steve and Alejandra front and front and face and host the Friday stream. Like Money mentioned, Michael do Monday through Thursday. Well, you guys could do Friday. You could do 9 a.m. Eastern to 11 a.m. Do the first 30 minutes for the opening bell till an hour and a half afterward. Take a break. We'll leave the live stream up, and just like today, then we get to the lunch recap, and then or the week recap, and then leave the live stream up. Steve could take a little bit of a breather, and then come back in Power Hour and do his webinar.
Sure, I'd love that. How's it sound, Alejandro?
I'm game.
Your game?
She says,
all right.
Yeah, so we'll have it the ANS show will come up with the whatever. Yeah, but Friday we laughed. I was just thinking about that because we don't have a Friday stream, and I knew you guys could host it, and it would be really good information. And then like Steve was saying, even get into like a segment an hour after the opening bell that you guys could do weekly. Some mental psychological topic each week or something that you guys could go over on a Friday. You guys
yes, we could do the psychology talk, Steve.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I've been gunning for this behind the scenes, Alejandro, because I think you have a lot to share here. I've also heard you talking a little bit about a little bit of manifestation, a little bit of putting your energy where it's going to best serve you. And I think that's so useful for traders, where literally the difference between making a 10 bagger on a day and getting blown up is just, where's your head at? What are you looking at? How's your mindset? What are you like magnetizing towards your life? And it might be bad habits, so I think we can get under the hood and really help people out there. So I'm excited for you.
Could even be cats, Steve. Could even be cats that you attract and magnetize.
You see the tail, the popping in and out of the frame there.
I haven't said this. I don't know what popped in my head, but as a saying, like in the South, and even I guess you get it from Bart Simpson. People would say, in the '90s, what? Holy cow! Holy cow! For whatever reason, that was like a saying. My grandpa in Pennsylvania, and he would be in a store. I remember the first time hearing this, and me and my dad were like, "Did he just say?" His was holy cats. He would be in the middle of a story, holy cats, and he had like that Pennsylvania Dutch kind of accent,
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah. And then he would say, remember that, and then of course, but the first time first couple of times we're like, is he really saying holy cats? And I'm like, we had to like ask mom, like, what's up with holy cats? Like, it's like I don't know. It was just always what he said instead of holy cow, holy cats. So yeah,
I mean,
watch out.
it's all holy somewhere, right? In India they worship the cow. In Egypt, they worship the cat. In my household, she's definitely in charge, I think. She definitely runs the house in terms of the pets. The German Shepherd's terrified. If she wants to go cross his path, he'll back up and let her go. It's pretty cute.
Love it.
But
the Holy Toledo and Holy Cannoli. Those are some other ones. Some other ones. But yeah, Holy Cats, never heard of that one before. It was always a funny one. Anytime Grandpa would say "Holy Cats," it was a good story because he got freaked out if he said "Holy Cats" for sure. Alejandra, let's talk about futures. How was your day overall? I know you want to go back to that. We'll go with futures before we recap the morning and the start of the week. Got another gap up here. Movement in all-time highs. How are you liking the play for the day there?
To be honest, I don't like trading all-time highs. I just, because I'm short biased, so even though I can flip the chart, I rather look at different plays. And last night, Asia session, I saw gold had an opportunity to reach an area of resistance, and I was looking for a sweep of the buy side liquidity before we can hit that rejection at 43.88. So I ended up taking a long position on gold for the high of day, which it was a really nice run. And you know what? I'm just realizing, I'm like, wait, that's a long at the highest on gold. But I think I'm just traumatized because when I used to short the market, I would always get squeezed out. And so I don't know, maybe psychologically trading something else is better. But anyway, I ended up making, I think like it was maybe $300, and I cut my position early because I wanted to go to sleep. And I said, okay, if I swing it, I should be fine because my risk is in profit. But I ended up just cutting it because I'm like, I don't want to worry about it. And plus, like, I knew I was only going to get like 5 hours of sleep. So I would much rather just get like a restful sleep rather than think about that. Mm-hmm. And then it hit it perfectly. And then it's about to hit my profit target on the short side from 43.76 75, and my first profit target is 43.53 or 50. My second profit target is 43.26, and then I want to see if it'll give us that gap fill to 42.42. So I'm not hoping for that gap fill, but I'm watching the price action to see if it will close below those levels and those profit targets to see if we can get a continuation to the downside.
Love it, love it. I tried to follow along and visualize everything you're saying here on the charts for us. But if you ever want, feel free to pull the screen and you can show on your screen as well. But I love Alejandra.
Yeah,
oh,
she
is
can't.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just can't. She doesn't have her own little. She needs a.
Oh,
She
her
needs
little
a.
tab.
Yeah,
I
she
see.
doesn't
I
have the
see.
dynamics.
Wh-
Yeah, so I could do
wh-
this here and
Right.
highlight it, try to make it bigger, but then even then it doesn't really do justice. So
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
have.
get that. We'll
I'll
get
get
that set up. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry,
Okay.
Alejandro. We'll get one of those set up because what you'll do on that far left-hand side, there's those little dynamic scenes, and there's one for Steve and one for mine, and we just kind of play back and forth between which one we want to show, and we need
Okay.
one for you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
Um,
about to hit the target.
Nice. And until then, yeah, I'm happy to do the visualizations here. So I just wanted to talk really quickly. So you were targeting this sweep of the was that the Tuesday open candle there, that wick up? Was that the target at
Uh, yeah,
4388?
yeah.
Nice. I love it. And just it goes to show this is why we always watch for this kind of look. These did you refer to it as a mitigation block or a sweep of the order block or what I'm behind on my terminology, but I know the concept. What did you call it?
Buy side liquidity,
Yeah.
the high,
Nice. Buy
the
side
previous,
liquidity.
the previous high.
Absolutely. So it's all the same concept, right? Where we're reaching back to this area of interest and we're clearing out these any shorts that may have shorted all on the way down, but they're still greedy and holding and holding and holding, and their stop was always over this swing high. And now that we tag that, we trigger those, and we're starting to see a little bit of a pullback from there. So really nice price delivery there. Great target, and honestly, I know it doesn't feel good, but I think it's a great call to close it too. When you were like I need sleep, it's like no good comes from being in positions when you're not super sharp and like just there's always going to be another setup, right? So just being fresh, you'll be more likely to catch that. So I think it's hard, but a good decision to make, or a good
Yeah.
decision.
Also, another thing that I realized on my morning walk, I'm like, I take really good trades, but my problem is that I over leverage. So I'm like, dude, on futures you could literally like over trade, not in a bad way, but like you can take more than one trade pretty much. And so I'm like, okay, if I take one trade and I make 100 to 150, $200, boom, close it, be done with it. Maybe you can re-enter it. And then, I did the right thing last night. I made 280, right? Almost 300. And then right now I'm up 600. So for the day, I'm up 1,000. That's a really
Nice.
good freaking day.
Great day.
And
Yeah.
sometimes I just want to hit one trade and like win big on it and then be done. But it's like, okay, like the market will give us endless opportunities. So it's better to um take a position size that you can psychologically handle and that your account can handle, and then as it's going your way, you put your risk into profit, so it's a risk free. Technically you're taking that stress off your mind. And then if it doesn't hit your profit target or you're losing patience, then that could be a sign that you can cut it or bring your risk a little lower. That way you get more profits if it doesn't go your way. And then the other thing that I was thinking is, like, I'm super OCD when it comes to my charts. Like, I want if somebody looks at my chart, like if Josh is like, let me see your chart. Where did you enter? Where did you exit? Like, I want him to be impressed, and I want him to be like, damn, girl. So I really do like to be clean on my trades. And like if you look at my screen, like I took a long, I got stopped out perfect. I pretty much like didn't lose that much. I almost broke even, I think. And then I shorted, and I took profits, and then I went long, and then I took profits, and then now I went short, and now I'm about to take profits. So you could see my chart is very clean with my entries and my exits, and I wanted to continue to stay that way. So now I'm only going to be looking at really good, clear setups. And it's okay to take multiple trades in one day, as long as you're managing your risk well.
I like it. I like it. It reminds me of like just the whole idea of, and this is a big thing for swing traders too, and it's more noticeable for them, I think. There's going to be certain market environments where we do really well, and certain ones that don't really suit our trading style. So if we're in an environment where you're doing well and you're able to take multiple trades a day and it's working, hey, make your money now, because it won't always be this easy, right? And we'll have to have the discipline through the times where, it's a little bit of a leaner harvest, so to speak, and we have to, work harder to get that money out of the market. But when it's working, yeah, cash in. And that's always like that variable sizing. Like if I'm winning and things are working, I'm allowed to go size up, but still, of course, within reason. But if I start losing, I got to start pulling that size down again so that I'm ebbing and flowing with the market conditions. But I love everything you're talking about. Really good stuff there. And it's always important to keep in mind, because whether you're like in a bad variance swing, like, you've had just some rough breaks, or whether you're doing really well, it's always good to kind of bring it around home and just like touch base and ground yourself and not get too over your skis in either direction, because the market will capitalize on that greed or that euphoria. I know you were talking about the fear as well, right? Like if you're oversized, you just can't manage it well. I'm totally with you there. I'm curious, by the way, Alejandro, you said 43.53 was your first target, right? For gold, the short?
43.50.
43.50. Okay, all right, we're almost there. Yeah, I was just looking at my screen and noticed VWAP sitting right there at 43.53, and I was wondering if that was what your target was. But I like the round number as well. I think that gets tagged pretty quickly here. Hopefully, I'm 10 minutes delayed here, so maybe it already happened. Actually, I'm watching the futures on this chart, but we can pull up actual gold's contract live. Oh, yep, looks like we're getting very close. 2 points away.
It's 43.52. It should have a nice little sweep and then probably hold from there.
Yeah, I think I would at least want to try to hold there and maybe check in up somewhere north, maybe somewhere not too far up, but thought I had a level.
And
there.
We're back.
And we're back. What's shaking, Josh?
Avery just got home, so it's like the dogs are chaotic when she gets there, so I have to go out and be like, guys, shh, be quiet, be good.
Some order in there.
I was just gonna say, are you flat? And did you guys invest in SpaceX?
Yes, right out of the get-go, I got in long 23 shares. I'm in at like 152 and some change.
Nice.
Look, there it goes. How about you, Alejandro?
Yeah, baby.
No, why did I not do it? I think it was like during my retreat or something like that, or when I was back from my retreat, and I was really relaxed and excited, and like I was dying to open the charts, so I wanted to take a break, and I'm like, well, if I miss the run, I miss the run, but I'm sure we're gonna get a pullback eventually.
Yeah, I think we will. I honestly, I'm not in a rush to buy IPOs. I know everybody's like, this is the game changer IPO. It's like, there's so many stocks that are going to move big in this time too. I'm not stressed if this moves 100%, because I don't think it's going to move 100% and then just go in a straight line up. I think there'll be a big pullback. So
I think I need to get the trade the pool swing account so that I can start trading stocks.
I've
been so used to trading futures, and I really like the way gold moves, oil, and MNQ. So it's time to pick it up a little.
If it works, it works, right? But it's just fun with all the equities, because like you get so much more granularity with how you express certain ideas. Like you can really have very specific thesis about the market and find a very specific way to play that one edge. So I don't know. It's very fun for me. It's like a giant puzzle. But it opens you up to a lot of risks too, because there's so many more variables. So that's why I do a lot of my kind of more aggressive swing trading, where there can be amazing money to be made, but it's a little riskier. I do all that in my swing account and the trade the pool, and then just boring shares swings to invest in the Roth.
Boring.
Nice.
What's boring shares? 3 shares, 10 shares, 20 shares?
Oh, it's not the size. Josh, don't make me flex on people. No, I'm kidding. I don't have a ton of money. I'm still growing those Roths because I didn't work for. I was very self-employed for a lot of years in various ways. So no employee match or anything like that. But what I will say is boring is in things that don't make me lose sleep. I don't have to freak out overnight if something's down or whatever. I go, oh, this is down. Well,
Not
I
a
know that I
SpaceX.
already like this.
Yeah, opposite of SpaceX. Very slow
Exactly.
movers. That's what you mean
Well,
by
not
boring.
even slow movers. I mean, I'm in a lot of stuff like, for example, let's see, what is a big position for me? ASML is a big position for me. This is not
I
a
just
slow
got
mover. What's that?
I just got executed for my gold. I'm out.
Oh my God, that sounds intense. They executed you for that? This sounds like.
Executed.
Okay. Oh. No, Josh, it doesn't always have to be boring though, right? Like they can be fast movers, but they're just companies that have very strong fundamentals, like lithography, for example. This is a company that builds equipment to make semiconductors. So like I don't think that we need any less of that going forward. I can sleep well at night knowing that dips are probably going to be bought on something like this. And yeah, these make me feel good about, this is a lot of juice in something like this, or I still have a large position in just semiconductors in general. And I mean, Marvell, that's quote unquote risky, but it looks beautiful to me and just looks like something that I can feel safe holding, Josh. Like it's good fundamentals and a nice solid structure and a nice solid uptrend. So if this changes, it'll give me a lot of notice and a lot of time, because we're just breaking out of a trend. I think probably I trim here, I trim here, I trim here, and I don't really have to worry about any downside. I'll just go, oh, it's down a little this month. I'll buy some. And that's kind of how I look at the longer term stuff.
Love it. Yeah, I need to get more into that. I mean, it's just easy money that you can just sit back into. A lot of these plays that are out there that you don't. Just being a day trader, it's so hard to get, out of that mindset and into like, okay, well, what chart looks good for a long term hold, and then you have to then actually do that kind of work, right? Versus day trader, I'm looking at all these small caps every single day, and it's always a different ticker, and you have to find that time to find those charts, and there's so many of them out there. That's why you guys are talking about SpaceX, like. Yeah, don't worry about it. There's more coming. That's just one that's just new, and hey, it's the new IPO. We know what it is, but there's going to be so many other great plays. Like I never would have ever imagined when I first started trading that. Do I have any SanDisk stuff in here? I'm sure I do. Anyway, there we go. There we go. Anyway, so do what?
You're gonna find a flash drive in your desk and be like, "I'm rich. I struck gold."
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, it's like I never know. If someone would have said. Yeah, someone said, "Hey, this stock's going to race up to like 2K in a couple of years," or how I'm like,
"How about tomorrow?"
yeah. So it's like, oh my God. So there's so many plays that you don't even think that are going to do it. Will do it, and you just have to wait for the patience. And we're
Josh,
more and more in that time.
Sometimes it's not even so much about the patience to see the play move for you, but it's the patience to wait for that entry. Like a lot of times. If you have a lot of conviction, and this is another thing, like Josh, you're so busy with small caps, it's impossible for one person to monitor all this. So that's why I built a community of great traders and great fundamental, traders as well. And I just lean on them. So when something's on multiple one of theirs radars, it means that it's time for me to pay attention because the fundamentals story is probably there. So ABVX is a good example of this. This is what is it? A biotech company. So very risky, very big swings, but they often get mispriced. So this thing, the results were very, very impressive, but there was one guy in the trial which had basically a rare comorbidity. The long and short of it is the guy had a lot of other factors which made him be a standout negative in an otherwise incredibly positive result. And the algos, or, I guess just, biotech investors in general, they weren't having it. But it didn't make sense if you knew the numbers and knew why you were in the stock in the first place. So it was a really easy decision for the guys in my server to say, hey, we're buying down here at 70. We're buying here at 80. We're buying here at 90. And then I finally listened and bought a little bit at 90. So I'm only up 13%. But this is a stock that's probably going to be a really easy hold to fill this gap and to go higher over the course of a year or two. And that's where the fundamentals can really start to just kind of stack in your favor, and you don't really have to worry about it because the market will give you amazing asymmetric opportunities. Here's another one, CLPT. This thing got murdered off of some terribly dumb comments that Macquarie, the old what was he? The FDA, head of the FDA said. And essentially, it was pretty clear that this was going to get worked out. It was pretty clear that he misspoke and that he was not going to be around for that much longer. And it's just, there's a lot of reasons to believe that this 40% dip or so was way overblown, because the company is very impressive. And you see just things normalize over a couple months. You just say, hey, this is a great deal, and I know it's a great deal. I know this is underpriced. This is a $15 company. It's probably more like a $20 company, $30 company, $50 company someday. And I'm getting a 40% discount from there at $8. You just buy and you just chill. And I know it's not like the trading, epiphany, but it is the making money epiphany. Just do the easy things when they give you the fat pitch like this. That's what I'm strongly watching.
Am I here?
What's that,
Alejandro?
Oh my gosh. I think my internet is acting up.
We hear you. You sound good and look good still.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Hear us? Oh boy. Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you. In the comments.
We can start miming the tour.
Yeah. Oh, if everyone knew sign language.
No, yeah, my internet's acting up. It's like going in and out. So I was wondering what happened. Thank you.
We
Can you hear us
You're good.
Thank you, Nigel.
So I was gonna ask Josh, what's going on in small cap land today? Anything spicy happening?
Just a couple of tickers. We had Cup R, so CUPR, same play from Friday, actually running again today. Same sort of action, just continuation essentially from the day before. That's what we've been looking at in the small cap sector, micro, whatever you want to call it, what I trade day in, day out, $3, $5, $10, $20 tickers. That was spicy to start the day, and then had a little run there about an hour and a half ago or so, but starting to really lose its volume. But the other one it does look like it maybe wants to go for more, and it's only up 400% on the day, would be RGNT. So RGNT is really your more recent supernova. It halted on pending news earlier, and then finally the news came out, which is withdraws the F1 registration statement and cancels planned public offering. So I guess they had some public offering that they were going to come out. And it's weird, the news, when you go back and look at it, it's not like it's great news. But regardless, it still is now moving and now at 400. Because if you go back and look at overall for the day, why was this play up to begin with? Well, there was no reason. There's no reason why RGNT is up at all out of the opening bell. And then you just get that extra pending news afterwards. So it's fun, though. That's what there's your small cap space for the day. I traded Cup R, so I was long on Cup R.
Cup R? Real quick, just while I have this chart up, this Regentis, this looks still very strong, Josh. It's got the break look here. Yeah, I think this one could see, what do you think, $10? $10 seems reasonable here.
I think we're going to go up to about 50 today, Steve.
Oh, 50? Okay, we're doing one of these days.
Oh, yeah, right.
We got a hot smile on our hand.
I thought I'd say it was such a matter of fact. You're like, oh, okay, all right, yeah.
Dude, you're gonna make me believe you, because if you say it, I'll believe you, because I don't know how these things work, dude. It's like when I see a lot of these going from like 5 to 30, I'm like, okay, I gotta short this, right? And then you're like, no, don't short this. It's going to 100. I'm like, if you say so, Josh.
Yeah, right.
If you say so, Josh Smith. And then it does. I'm like, okay, I don't know why, but it seemed like 8x was enough, but I guess it needed 100x. Whatever. Who's to say what's too much?
Right.
Until there's nobody hitting buy higher, then it'll keep going higher.
You're all over it though with 10. 10 would be next, and then just going overall and just looking at charting too, right? You try to use some past chart history. What makes sense? Is there anything out there that would maybe show this as resistance? And as far as I can see, this is actually all that 85 area is all time high. You wouldn't so you're working with really what is natural resistance, support, etc. as it goes up. So it'd be 10, 1250. Maybe 1350, and then 15 would be your next key levels on the way up here over 850. So, and really close to what? That 875 mark I always talk about, right? So you can see how we run up to it, and then there's that fill in that area. And if you go back and look at even actually SpaceX earlier, when it first ran up today, before it got to 180, it was failing right at 178.75, right around 179. So it's just some weird natural number that does come into play. I just see it so often, year in, year out, week in, week out, month in, whatever. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter the ticker or even new IPO plays like SpaceX. It is what it is. So I just trade it, right? I think today SpaceX going back to that. So we'll circle back around to SpaceX here. You were all over with the RGNT and that looking sexy there, and there it's popping back up into highs. SpaceX looks sexy too. I think this maybe has one last leg up and hits up to 190 today. Don't be surprised if we do see 200 plus, obviously, before the weekend. And again, don't forget, we're off on Friday, but not fully. Juneteenth, myself, Alejandro, I think, is going to be joining us as well on Friday for the week recap. And it's bring your own charts. That's right, BYOC. You bring the chart, we break it down. There's going to be more to that as well. And then Steve's going to get back to doing his Friday webinars. So don't forget this Friday, we have Juneteenth. We will still be going live. Come on over. Maybe do some eval giveaways. Speaking of 10% off our evals Thursday and Friday. So for Juneteenth, we're running a special 10% off any of our evaluations. And yeah, hey, speaking of, I'm watching it right now. We got Spain and Cape Verde tied up here. Tied up. It's kneel to kneel. We're entering the last about 15 minutes of the match here. And guess what? You could have predicted this match in one evaluation credits money. That's right. We're giving up to $1 million away in evaluations over the World Cup for you guys just to predict the matches. And I wonder, go back and look at that list, Steve, and see who won the USA. Paraguay. Hold on. Which you like Paraguay? You like
there.
Don't you?
Respect your authority. I respect your Paraguay. I like that more.
There we go.
It's Paraguay.
Hey,
Paraguay. Oh, I like that. We should just let her say it. That sounded way cooler.
there we go. Well, you can win money, guys, and I don't know why. I would be all for it. So if you aren't signing up or haven't signed up, you still have a chance to win. That's still ongoing. So you have a chance to win evaluation money by predicting these World Cup matches.
I love it. And I also love this question from Eagles Rule. Go Birds. He's asking, Steve, would you be buying Marvell or other photonics here? Yes, I would be. And I just wrote about it this weekend. I was up till 2 a.m. writing about it. So I would love, Josh, can I share with the class my little newsletter here about what I was talking about? Give some free paid content for the boys and girls, of course. Let's do it. All right, I'm going to open it right now. So I won't bore you too much. I won't read it all to you, but I will go over the key points here. Photonics were my focus this week. So first off, we're just talking about the Iran deal, yada, 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 going into some gamma exposure levels. This was our path. So far, we kind of just went right to there already. Where only on Monday, we already got to my target. So we'll be reevaluating midweek here. Just can't complain getting speed ran. So these were just some gamma exposure heat map paths. I won't bore you with that. If anybody's interested in that, they can reach out to me and we can nerd out together. But what I wanted to show y'all was a little position management. Here's the spotlight, photonics. So there's a few that I think are really important to watch right now. The one that I would say is leading the pack in terms of just is the most, at least one of the most solid investments. I don't see them. I see them as kind of like the blue chip of the space. Josh, would you agree with this on Lumentum, LITE? Has that kind of been the leader in the space? Yeah. I think so the whole way up. Yeah. So there are some others that are just starting to join the pack here that I really love. Marvell, I mean, I know it's had an amazing year. Don't get me wrong, but I still think it has a lot of room. I'm with Jensen. I don't know if it'll be the next $1 trillion company, but I do think that they can double, triple, quadruple over the next couple of years still. I think there's a lot of room in the semiconductor space. It's just about kind of picking your spot correctly. And I think Marvell just gave an opening last week. I'm looking for a retest of these breakouts on some of my favorites that I think have the most room. So for me, I think Marvell is it's the one that I think is the most potential to become a blue chip in the space and start to do that light Lumentum type trajectory. Lumentum's still a great pick. It still has a lot of room. It's just going to be a little bit less insanely volatile than some of the others. Credo's very interesting. They're not they're photonics adjacent. They're not pure play so much, but still in the space in that kind of just light speed connecting of these data center components, these GPUs. So they have not run very much at all compared to some of the others. Let's get on down to some of these charts. Sorry, I should have had these up already. We'll go talk about the light chart really quick. It's just been trading sideways for a while. We have a nice fake breakdown here, double bottom reset, now pushing on up. These are levels from yesterday or last night, so they're up now. They're up earlier now. Actually, you can see the pre-market prices. They're already starting to push. So I will actually post this for free for anybody who's interested. Come on into my Discord. I'll post the link after, and you can get a copy of this for yourself. But just the real quick and dirty, for all of these names, I'm looking for breakout retests. And ideally, if it's an A+ setup, it retests and also gives basically a retest of a horizontal level as well as a rising moving average. So these blue ones here, this blue one here is the 9-day moving average, starting to curl up like this as price breaks out. So we're just looking for a retest on a red day someday this week to get involved on any of these names off of those levels. So Marvell, I like, I think it's 285 was the horizontal level I was looking for. We might not get that. We might have to chase it up to 300. But if we wait for the moving average to come up to support us, not so much a chase. We're still able to define our risk nicely into that. So Marvell, that's my favorite. Really, really tight chart there. I think Credo has more room once it gets going here, but it's not quite getting going yet. I do think it's still a great buy. I like the 250 in that rising 9. One that I think is very, very interesting, very compelling chart, a beautiful, beautiful high and tight flag, VIAV. So this one's actually pulling back a little bit today. I think it's about 53. So this is one that I'm really watching into the close, in particular today, to maybe get in. But I think all of these have so much room. I talk about more about why in the newsletter. So I'm going to drop that link for y'all a little later. And thanks for letting me show you that cool stuff there.
That's
Real
very
quickly,
fast.
speaking of close, Friday's close print price. I got to give a round of applause here. 100%. I just now forgot. I was like, oh yeah, who?
Oh yeah.
Come on. The closing price for SpaceX on Friday was 161.29. He put 160. It was off $1.29 there. So really good. Good job there. Good job there. Amon. So a little round of applause for you. And then back to the comments there. What do we think about PL? PL.
I can pull that up, but I just want to say it looks better, Nick. You like this? The camera looks better. Awesome. But yes, I did do a major upgrade, so I'm still working on my lighting. We're gonna figure that out and also move everything down so I'm a little more centered in the frame. But yes, we're getting professional here. We're taking it up a level. Sorry. PL, was that the request there on the chart?
PL.
I like it right here, right now for a day trade. This looks good with a nice strong candle under VWAP. I think this pushes right now. This big, thick yellow band means it was an area of interest on a higher time frame for me too. So I think this one's going to reclaim VWAP. You can either front run right now, be a little bit greedy, or you can wait for the pop in the back test of this VWAP here at 30.91. And what I think it's going to be doing is forming a higher low. See, we have this lower low, and then this would be the higher low. It confirms once it breaks over the previous high right here. We'll draw that out. Bada bing, bada boom. I think that we go up here, test this, do a little bit of chopping, bopping, consolidate, and then make a push up for this hourly trigger for these high days. So I think this could be a nice day trade intraday, somewhere up to this 31.50, 32 zone. Do I like it long term though? It's kind of.
Oh, you got this is a long term. This is done. This one's going 75 long term.
Okay. All right. So you say strong uptrend. You see pullback in a strong uptrend, right?
Yeah. Well, we have this across the board here recently. I mean, everything over the last month has this kind of big pullback. When you look at a lot of these charts we've been looking at that have this overextended move and they come back on down. I think we're due for this nice. And to me, these are healthy pullbacks. You know, we're needed. We're just the micro pulls. And now we finally get a good 10, 15 point pullback. This could come even back down to 25. And I think it's still healthy. Now back under 25 and especially 20, I would get worried.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I like the 20 level as a kind of line of last defense here because that would be a Josh Smith wick kind of drop, what do you call them? The Josh Smith bounce plays here off those wick zones of areas of interest. What I would say is just in general, the strongest charts that are leading the market, they are going to hold weekly pullbacks to the weekly 9 moving average. That's this blue line, and you can see it all the way up. Once it broke above, Weekly 9, that was a buy. Weekly 9, buy, buy, buy. Weekly 9 took a few weeks, but raging buy. Weekly 9, buy, 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 buy. Big move, big move, big move, big move. Now is the first time we've lost this. So that is a sign for me to say, hey, this is not in the same caliber of strength as I don't know. Oh, how about freaking what's like the strongest? Marvell's great. So see this one, it has not even had to interact with its 9 for quite a while. But when you do get a stock that's a leader and it gives you an entry into this 9, you almost always buy it. So ARM, for example, Josh, this is perfect because we were talking about this one all the way up from 160 when we were entering there. We got the big surge through all-time highs, and then it started consolidating for weeks. And when you were in this pullback, it felt not so hot, and people were really worried, saying, we're down 17% in just a couple days. It's ruined. It's a failed breakout. It's all over. Woe is me. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go bankrupt. You know, like we had people like really like.
I thought Count Stockula was about to come out there. It sounded like you were really about to head toward Count Stockula there. The way you were wording talking there, I was like, oh, here he comes.
No, not yet. We're gonna save that for later. All I wanted to note is, hey, 3 weeks of sideways action, that ain't nothing. All we're doing is waiting for this 9-week moving average, and when it offered that place there at 209, it just surged. It doubled off of that. And also, congratulations, ARM 400 for all who celebrate. I know I'm celebrating. So, man, it just doesn't go down. I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, hold it is the answer. So whenever you have a leading trend, you want to see it hold the 9 moving average. As long as it's holding the 21, it's probably not failed. It probably just needs more time to develop. That's what I'd kind of say. So PL, it's testing. For the intraday, probably has some juice, probably oversold. For the swing, bada, I don't know if it goes to new all-time highs anytime soon. I don't think it's a bad stock, though.
I got 500. This will go to, well, I know I'm always like, hey, I'm Mr. Positive. This will see 500. There's no way ifs, ands, or buts about it. If this is pushed up to the 400, back up after that gap up, we crash back down. I say crash, move all the way to 370, back to 410. That was just the big boys adding in, going, yeah, keep giving me more because you idiots keep shorting it right down to some levels, and I'll take it. Or they're taking profit. Those little rookie, little weak hands. Steve and I are diamond hands, baby. This thing all the way up to 500. We're taking profits along the way. We got our forever kind of shares now, whatever. But this is going to see 500. I think it's super bullish. I think. I 100% feel it's super bullish because you got to even imagine, Steve, when I entered this thing not too long ago in the 220s, we are now almost doubled since then. And that's nuts. And so
and people were saying, Josh, you're crazy buying up here too. But no, they didn't see the bigger. They didn't see the vision.
Yeah, well, even the day that was screaming up and I said buy when it was in like the 280s, and even Mitch was like, man, I don't, even Tackett chat was like 300. I'm like, it's gonna keep going. You think we're done at 280? It's gonna hit 300. There's 20 points you can have out of it right now. I'm giving to you, mother suckers. If you want it, take it. There's 20 freaking dollars. That's a lot. Now we're all the way up to we're 100 plus that now. It's gonna see 500. Steve's number was 300 by summer.
Oh,
he was all over.
I thought you were saying 500 for what was the chart we were just looking at? I thought you were incredibly optimistic about PL. Gosh.
Oh, yeah,
that's why I was like, if you say so, brother. Okay. Yes, ARM 500 all day. And yeah, Josh, I was conservative on the time. And I remember saying, hey, I'm saying by end of year, but it could happen in a month, because that's how these explosive moves can be. Well, explosive. So crazy. I think we get 450 and then a little bit of a pullback. But at that point, we got a magnet up to 500, I think, before we're all said and done here. And at the end of the day,
here, look what I said. You got RGNT. Look at RGNT, by the way. Look at RGNT. What did we say? Prime for the breakout. I stopped looking at it because we're looking at all these large cap plays now.
Dang.
Wow. And yeah, Nigel halted up. And what did we talk about? 10? What was next? 1250? Looking like 1350 is going to be coming out of the gate. So 1250 is where we're at now, 1240 essentially. Watch for a quick wick down to around 1050, maybe to 10. And then slingshot, as I'd call it, slingshot its way back up to new highs, hit 1350. And we would start to go on a really parabolic move. We're up 726%.
Josh, where did you see the pullback? Do you say $10?
What?
Where do you see the slingshot pullback coming? 10 to 1050. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, I'm totally with you there. Just be wicking back into this ribbon here that's guiding us up. Just beautiful. What were you saying as well at the end there, Josh?
725%. Is there another stock, anything you can trade in the market right now up 700%? You know what I mean? Like, that's just crazy.
No, RGNT, the biggest mover by far. I'm seeing 400% on the cash session day, but I think that's probably missing a big couple 100% move that you're talking about there in pre-market or something. Second biggest is CAP. What's that?
Go ahead. Yeah, who you seeing? Well, I don't know. Seeing if Aussie chicks in at RGNT. Let's go. What a day. I think she might be in long. Are you in long there, Ingrid? What were you saying there, Steve? What's up, big two?
Oh, not too much. Just checking in on some of the other bigger movers. Cast here is the second one, up 128% today. Big old candle there, trying to see if this is a bull flag or not. Looks like a pretty orderly sell-off, so I'd be looking in this area on the hourly, looking like it's just about ready. We have 10 minutes left in the hourly candle, and it's looking like it's going greens. That makes me want to start looking at this on like a lower time frame and think, Josh, you like this? Because I think I might like this one. Cast here.
Yeah. Yeah, watch for that, especially now that RGNT has gotten some movement here. I'd even watch for Cup R to maybe make a cup and handle. Anything that's down to pop back on up here. Speaking of SpaceX, new high of day as well. So boy, I'm telling you, you get us together at lunch hours. We get the stock market spicy for you guys.
Yeah, this is whoa, there we go. This is a fun one. This is out the top here, and this is trying to do the squeeze. It's pretty dang bullish that this thing was able to be launched, the biggest IPO by far. And you know what? It was so smooth. It went great, guys. It went great. Nobody freaked out. No halts. It double bottomed intraday yesterday, and now it double bottomed higher this morning, and it's pushing up beautifully. This is how you want it to work, and this is actually really good for the indices. We didn't want any real fear near all-time highs like this to cause a potential sell, a potential right shoulder of this head and shoulders, but we said, no, this is not a right shoulder. This is a wham, bam, we're going out the top. Thank you for playing. If you missed it, you missed it. Lockout rally. And I think that this next rally to new all-time highs, to Josh's 7,800, oh, it's going to be hated, Josh. They are not going to like this one.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
But we are.
Well, hey, I know who will. A, myself. B, Michael Noss and his kids. Who will not?
They're going to eat good
because she hates trading all-time highs.
Oh, we're gonna get her on board. We're gonna get her on board with the easy money train here.
I'm telling you, hey, she'll get there. She'll get there when she sees what Micron and SanDisk and what SPY continues to do, what SpaceX will do. We could go through the ringer here. There are what Luminum, like listen, we have tons and tons to enlighten her eyes, so to speak, on the long side.
Yes, sir. I love it. And I love it. And the great thing is, in a bull market, there's always something new setting up. So we're just getting more and more setups every week. Rigetti on the weekly. It looks like it's just starting here for me. So this is the quantum space. I'd love to see this one catching up. We got the nice cup and handle starting to break out, play out, push up. We just need to get through this 27 and we fly. This was a little ambitious. We needed to pull back much deeper. But now we're getting the nice squeeze up today into the 200 day. And I think we have some room to go. Let me see.
187.50, by the way, too. I know the in chat there, Nigel talking about it. Yeah, I mean that's what you're seeing. That's why it's those quicks. And here goes. Here we're live. Where did I say the dip buy would be on RGNT? Does anyone want to remind everybody else? Go ahead. Now. Where did I say the dip buy would be on RGNT? I think I said 10 to 10.50. I think.
So is 1027 between 10 and 10.50? Is that exactly between 10 and 10.50? I think it is.
Bam, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Right there, right back on up. Soaky. There's a great long for you. Now you'll be taking profit right here. There you go.
Look, it's at the top.
You're out. Here's your third. Then I said it would go to where and halt up. I said it'd go to 13. Come on and halt up. No, you can't be. No, come on, stock gods. Don't be doing this to me now. Come on, do what you're supposed to do. Go on and halt up there. Yeah, go on, get up.
Give us the clip. Do exactly what he said.
Are you guys in it?
We're ready to halt up. We're in it, team.
No, I'm just watching.
Yeah, I'm just
2, 1.
I think
Here's
Josh
the
is
halt
in.
up. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, they're letting some last orders come in here. Some last little stragglers. Aussie chick, Ingrid. Did anyone get in on the dip? Or of course, Aussie's probably already in. Beautiful move down to the 10-10-50 area. That's exactly how I traded Cup R earlier in the day for my long play. That's exactly what just happened on SpaceX. What did I call it? It's a slingshot. When you get this bullish on these plays, you'll run to a high, reverse back off of that high, and come sweeping back down into a nice, good liquidation zone. Typically, what you're going to get on these small cap plays, you're going back to, in my opinion, whole round number. So in this case, that 10 area and anywhere close to it. Why I said 10 to 1050? Well, exactly like you saw there. The low was 1025 essentially. I think it was right at that. So you may not get 10. You may only get 50, but take it. Eat it up. Eat it up. Beautiful right there. That was beautiful. Yeah, Nigel taking notes. Taking notes, baby. Take them notes.
I love that. Josh, would it be fair to say that trading, especially small caps, it's more of a art than a science? Like in terms of like, it's not an exact, this is the penny that's going to transact. Sometimes there's that level of price delivery, but a lot of times there's overshoot, there's volatility. So I find it much better to think about it like you're talking about, like in zones. That kind of make that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. I mean, that's nice. A lot of the time too, what traders want to do is they want to make everything perfect. You know, it's got to be, here, we'll go back to these things that we saw. They want it to be like this. They want it to be like this.
That's me.
they want that. You know, I'm like, well, yeah.
Who doesn't want to third?
And then what happens a lot of the time is you get this. And it just happens. But I like, you know, hey, it's all good. I need to find some more of these sounds that we have over here.
We need to get that.
But yeah,
that's a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have that on my side, which is yeah. I actually have that on my side, which is really funny. I have like a soundboard that just has all these.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, here we go. How about this one right here? There we go. That's fun.
We got some good ones.
That's fun stuff.
I need to go through my Discord. I have like all those the soundboards in Discord for every server. My friends are degenerates, but there's some really funny ones in there. I should put them together. Some of them are stream appropriate.
Yeah. Let's go. I want to forget OJ here. OJ. Let's talk about the SPY. I'm thinking it's talking about today, so we can all give our thought process. That we think she'll swing back up. SPY, definitely getting a pretty big red candle right now. It's got to hold, I'll just real quickly, to me, it's got to hold 755. It holds 55. I do think we hold this overall bull flag that we're forming and push back on up and contest it. If we crack 755, I would imagine we see a good pullback. Now, does it get back up? It can. I just don't think we would test or make new highs if we crack 755.
I'm with you. I'm right now on the backside here. I'm refreshing my program to analyze the gamma exposure here. So I'll have some more analysis for you in just a second. You're welcome to pull the screen if you have something more interesting to show right now. But right now we are cracking VWAP here. Oh no, I'm sorry, not VWAP. We're cracking something. I don't know what this purple line is on my screen. That's the problem.
Well, I've been in the we're heading to the final seconds of the match here with Cabo Verde and Spain. Espanol. Spain can't get a point on the board here. It's 0-0, 0-0, heading into the final seconds. There was a corner kick right there to probably get the last chance to get a goal in. I don't think it's going to happen. And no, the ref just called time, game, match over, 0-0. And you better believe Cabo Verde is they're loving life. They're all going, yes, even though it's a tie, 0-0. They know that's a win for them. Yeah, especially down the line. Not good for Spain. Or what a game there. Pick the pros and the ponies. Yeah, they refused to cave, and I love that. It's showing some strength, showing that determination, the tenacity. Look at Del Costa right there, number 21, saying, look at me, I got the kit, I got the shit, and I am the shit. That's right. All right, I don't know. I got into the sports mode right
He said it. All right, so went there. No, we got to get hype. It's only once every, 4 years that we get a chance to do this, so it's a kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal, guys.
Yeah.
SPY did lose that recent swing low there, so we can see if it's a failed auction down, if they find a buyer after sweeping those lows, grabbing that sell side liquidity, as Alejandro would probably call it, and we can see, oh, sorry if that dinged in your ear there. I don't know what that was. That was something from Thinkorswim. So there's a few things that I'm going to want to talk about in just a sec, Josh, but I do need just a sec to look over them before we wrap up here. Do you have anything you want to leave these fine people with before I hit them with the gamma?
I would say just RGNT. There's your 15 handle right there. I think this is going to start to become parabolic. Now, again, Aussie, you guys that are already in, take profit. If you're looking to get in, wait for a dip at this point. Don't try to ride. There's 15 on the freaking dot. Wait for a dip buy. Back off that 10 to 1050 sweep. If you want to get in and you want to get in a higher level, a safer level would be that former high of day and that fail rejection at 850. That flew us all the way back down to 5. So those are your two bounce areas, 10 to 1050. Then right around that 850 to 875 area would be your bounce number 2. Again, that's why I say do not chase here. Hopefully, if you were long, we're mostly out of that. Just got you 4 points, minimum 3 or so on that sweep from 1050, 10 all the way back up to 15. Beautiful move there. Remember that. Nigel said he's taking notes. Take notes on RGNT. Anytime you see that sort of ticker, me and Steve were already on it. Back about 20, 30 minutes ago where we said this looks like it wants to take off. It wasn't. It was barely getting back in the 8s at that point. When you see that and it squeezes and we have no chart behind it, 10's next, 1250, 1350, and then 15. We had all 3 of my targets past 10.
Beautiful.
And SpaceX, same thing. SpaceX, same thing. Look for quick sweeps down. I think this hits. I go minimum 188.75 for the day, if not 190.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is reaching right now. This is a beautiful base here. You can just see that this is being algorithmically bought, just relentlessly being bought off of this uptrend line. So that's a great sign. The buyers are here. I think if we pull it down here, they'd still be here just about. And you know what? They're not selling this thing, Josh. Until they start selling it, don't fade this. This is a buy. Every time it pops back into there, that was just a buy, And I bet you anything, until this cracks, well, that's a dumb thing to say. Until it cracks, it's going to go up and keep working. But that's legitimate trading, guys. You know what? A pattern works. Keep making the money until it stops giving you the money. So that's what I got for you there on SpaceX. Real quick, I wanted to show y'all what we got for SPX. Just the indices, just SPY, basically. So what I want to show y'all, we're going to go to a 5 minutes chart. I believe I just upgraded or updated this.
New high of day there. Here comes 188.75 already out of the gate right now. Here comes SpaceX, literally 188.30. New high of day there, 188.28. Now 188.47. Here comes 188.75. Team might see a little bit of a pull here at 188.75. Has max room into the 190 mark. We've talked about this since Friday. This is long. I was over the top with it, saying it could have parabolic movement from the small cap sector, what we've seen in even large caps. Didn't quite get it. So now we get the normal slow and steady eddy. And here's another one where Mr. Michael Noss will be loving life and is happy that I'm doing what I'm doing on SpaceX like I am on SPY, and she's going to 200. There's no way it doesn't hit 200 by tomorrow, if not minimum Wednesday.
Love it. Beautiful action there on SpaceX. All right, I'll leave you real quick. I know we're at the top of the hour here. I'll leave you real quick with what I'm seeing here on SPX. I just loaded up my handy dandy Gamma dashboard. I'll pull that on my screen real quick to show you. This is just going to give us a really quick window on a whole bunch of things, but most importantly, the potential paths for the week for where it could interact with. I'm going to refresh this while we talk, but basically I took all of these levels, I hit a button, and now they're on my screen on my chart here. What I'm seeing is a very big outsized level down here. This is actually a mistake. So hey, we're going to ignore that. And I'm going to basically focus on what really matters here, which is that essentially we smashed through the levels of interest. This zero gamma, it should be showing at 74.30, 74.50, somewhere right around in, I'll pull it right here in this area. So as long as we're over here, and really as long as we're over where we gapped up from, we are in a very positive buy the dip, positive gamma regime. So yes, we did run a little hot here. Yes, we are coming back down. I am a firm believer that if we come back down to this 75.22-ish level on SPX, where we start to see some of these negative pockets, we should start to see the support rising there. But in general, we should just be looking to buy the dip, because what I'm seeing is the pull is definitely above. We have all these levels of liquidity stacked above, specifically this 76.26 level, which would put us at all-time highs. So for me, that's a very high probability that that liquidity draw gets tagged. We have the nice confluence between the delta, or the actual, limit orders on the book, the actual shares that are there's so many stop orders right above here. There's so much of a reason to pull us up there. And then we have the options flow too, the GEX, the gamma. So we have gamma and delta both telling us buy the dip up to this level unless we see something change. So that's what I got for y'all. Be bullish, buy the dip. It pays to look long.
Hey, smash that like button on today's live stream if you're enjoying what you're getting. Of course, subscribe if you hadn't already and turn those alerts on so you know when we're going live. Which the next time you'll hear us talking will be about, about an hour from now. Steve's back for Power Hour. Jesse will be joining him. We have earnings today. We got Dave and Buster's. We got Play. That's Dave and Buster's. We got RFIL. We got QMCO. I'm actually interested in quantum.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
Quantum Play QMCO. Of course, now we have DOMO. That'll be out this afternoon as well. So this is the one day this week we will cover earnings. Alejandro, if you are around, you can come back. If not, no worries. I'll probably pop in for at some point here in the after hour stream and a little tease. You guys smash that like button. We get 50 likes. We'll give away a 25K eval. You push it to 100 likes. We'll give another 25K eval away. How about that? We'll start teasing you guys. Yeah. So the more likes you get, the more 25K evals we'll give away. How about that?
Somebody asked if I shorted Apple, but I did not short Apple. I shorted gold, and I was looking at SPX shorts or MNQ shorts. My first profit target on MNQ would be 3807. Second profit target would be 3700. I was actually curious to know what your guys' thoughts were really quick on SPX. You said looking at 74.20 something. Let me really quick. Oh, 75 like 20.
Yes. So
sorry.
This is the big magnet here. Sorry to interrupt. Was that were you asking the big level?
Yeah. I was asking for that because like what has gotten me into a lot of trouble before is being a little bit greedy and looking for that gap fill. I don't know if you could see, the gap. And so sometimes like I'll hold a runner to the gap fill and then I'll just bring my risk into profit. So it would be cool to see that gap get filled. And then like for me to go long, especially at all-time highs. So I would be looking for that gap to get filled before I actually take a long position on MNQ or SPX or SPY.
That's fair. What I will say is sometimes gaps are the start, like a breakaway gap, like this breakaway gap down. And I think that might be what we're getting. So we'll have to watch very closely when it comes back to the 75.25, 75.30 level.
For sure.
So you see do you see this kind of like these little bars on this side of the screen?
Yeah.
Can you see that? Okay, so basically that's going to be like a magnet. You can even see the little magnet right there. So when we're above this, we kind of got tired out. And now we're kind of mean reverting just intraday. And I think we come back here to the magnet, and that's where buyers are going to step in. And then we would probably do something like, come down, form a low, come down, form a higher low. And then we'd kind of break a flag that we'd be making like that. And then start to go magnet up here and here, here, because this is just showing where the pull is into tomorrow. But into the end of the week, we had bigger bars up here. So I think that tells us down into tomorrow and then up into the rest of the week. That's what I'd like to see at least.
Let's pop it up. It's the pop-up button. It's popping
That's
up.
the pop-up.
Right
I like it. We popping.
Get a little this right here. There we go. A little air horn action there. And again, little applause there. Thank you, though, Alejandro, for coming over as always here for a little recap. Steve, breaking down what we've seen today, what we have moving forward for the rest of the day. And, of course, join us again in an hour from now. Got earnings. Smash that like button. Don't forget. Oh, Steve, real quick, let's just end out on this.
Let's do it.
Besides, smash that like button. 50 likes today on the live stream. We'll give away 25K eval later. If we get up to 100 likes, we'll give away 2. But
what's coming? What's coming?
Go check what is SPX's high of day, and what number? You'll finally get this ingrained to your brain. What number do I always say will see resistance, no matter?
I'm not cheating. I have dyslexia. I don't want to cheat and look. I think it's 875, but it might be 785.
You're all over it.
Which one?
875, and look at the high. 18880, baby, all over it. And what did I say? Now I didn't think we'd see this big of a pullback off that 875 handle. I'm telling you, team, it doesn't matter what numbers you put in front of 875. Go ahead and throw any numbers you want. Majority of the time, you'll see some sort of resistance and support there.
Well, today I learned, and Josh, the last thing I'll just say there, it's just like my 127 fibs. I don't really get exactly why that's the exact level that it works, but it does. So we keep doing it, right? So same thing there. If it pays, we play it.
Love it. And Tech coming in chat. We're at the end of our lunch recap. Steve will be back with Jesse at the start of Power Hour to break down Power Hour. And, of course, what plays we have for earnings. So stick around till then. We'll have an earnings stream up here in about an hour and a half for you guys. Steve, you ready to rock and roll today? You got the game plan down?
I'm excited. Domo looks really spicy. I like this this daily chart, and it's got that bearish, like, oh, everybody's so scared they delayed earnings. And they got punished for it, and now they're making a higher low. If these earnings aren't terrible, I think the expectations could be low enough that this thing could be able to start breaking out of this really big downtrend that it's been on for quite a while. So this might be a very explosive one. We'll get into all the details. We'll talk about what the heck these companies are, what we should be looking for in terms of the details of the prints, and all the technical levels that can get us in and out of these trades for some profit. So be sure to tune in, guys. We're gonna have a little PowerPoint, little presentation, a little something for you in just about 50 minutes. So I got to go and polish that up a little bit more. So I'm gonna head out, guys, but I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you join it.
Tack. We'll see you guys back here in just a bit. Until then, scanners are back on up.
Later, guys.